Today's the day. Today is the day that we are actually finally gonna assemble the robot dog. So I have all the parts printed. I have all the electronic stuff came in. Everything we've talked about on all the previous videos, it's here. So I'm gonna do that tonight. I'm gonna assemble it tonight. I don't know how far we'll get tonight. I don't know if we'll actually get to powering it and moving. It depends on how much time we have and how things work out. But I'll lay down all the components for sure, and all the mechanical stuff will get assembled for sure. Now, before we get started, I just want to keep doing this segment of like cool things to check out. So last video we did like, some cool links to check out, things that happened this week, which I think, I find interesting. And so I thought I would share with others. No one commented on it, so I don't know if anyone cares, but a lot of things happened this week. So I just want to share some links that I stumbled upon this week. In no random order, so I'll quickly do that. Maybe it'll take 10 minutes and then we'll get to the robot. So first one, it was this Raspberry Pi camera. So if you don't know Raspberry Pi, Raspberry Pi is another popular, I don't want to call it a microcontroller because it's much more capable than that. It's basically a full-on computer. And it's similar to in Arduino. Arduino is a microcontroller, it's not a full-on computer. Raspberry Pi is, let's call it the next level after that, like more capable than Arduino. And what's cool about a Raspberry Pi, especially for us for this project, is that you can put a hat on it. So Arduino calls it shields, Raspberry Pi calls it hats. And they have an AI shield, which it's basically a GPU, and so you can run like models here, neural networks here. And so that is a thing that existed. For $70 you get this hat. You need to pair it with a Raspberry Pi 5, which is the latest one. The older models are cheaper, but you need a 5 for this AI stuff, which is I don't know how much it is. Let's see, which is $80. And now this is news to me. There's a Raspberry Pi AI camera, and so you can have a camera running your own vision models, which is exciting. Before this, basically the only other mainstream way I knew of how to do this was through a Jetson Nano dev kit, and these things are pretty expensive. So I don't know. This was pretty cool to see. But Jetson Nano is also a good option. Now, in terms of compute capacity, I think a Jetson Nano has 40 TOPS, so tera operations per second, and then the Raspberry Pi 5 with the AI hat has 13 TOPS. So it's a little less capable, but it is cheaper, and you don't have to deal with CUDA. And I don't know if that's something you want to do, but yeah. So I thought that was cool, leaving it here. The other thing I thought was cool was Shaper 3D. I don't know if you guys know about these. Somehow this is the first time I hear about these. It's another CAD tool. So this could be like an on-shape alternative. I haven't tried it yet, but just looking at the workflows here, it looks cool. It looks very different. It looks modern. It looks very it looks very parametric in the way you can modify things. So it looks cool. I think I'll try it. The pricing is a little aggressive. Of course, there's a free tier that we can use, but I thought it was cool. I'm obviously surprised at the amount of CAD tools available. This is like, now we have Onshape, Fusion 360, we have Shaper 3D. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's like an open source version somewhere. So that was cool. Just gonna check it out. The other thing was this universal manipulation interface. This isn't actually new, and I've seen this before, but it's basically an open source project, so you can it's a gripper, and it's also like includes code so you can train the robot arm to do things via imitation learning. So this is pretty cool. So last video we were talking about how Tesla is spending all this money on generating training data for their humanoid robot, and I was saying like, someone should create a company and generate this data. You could do that with this project basically. I don't know if this was fully compatible with Tesla because, first of all, this is a gripper, so it's like two things. but and Tesla uses hands. But this is a start. So I thought that was cool, just doing it there. On that same note, I found out there's a YC company actually doing that thing. So Sensei Robotics helps robotic companies generate high quality robotic stream data at scale. I actually emailed these guys. They did not reply. So I don't know how much on the ball they are. Just because someone is doing it doesn't mean you can't do it. I mean, they're honestly, your landing page doesn't look like, if you were Tesla, would you take this landing page seriously? I'm not sure. I'll leave that up to you. But yeah, just because someone's doing it doesn't mean you cannot also go and do it. I think these guys have the right idea. Yeah. I also called email Scale AI CEO asking if he's going to do it. He didn't reply, but you know, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. I also wanted to share this reading group. So this is K-Scale Labs. It's another YC company. These guys are building humanoid robots as well. They're humanoid robots called... actually, these guys are in the Bay Area. They're very nice guys. Their humanoid robot is called... man, I forget. But it's this guy right here. And it's open sourced. And anyways, the thing is, every Sunday they hold a reading group, and it's about robotics. So they talk about different papers. So the Aloha paper was apparently the last week 9. This is an Aloha Unleashed. So there was some breakthrough apparently in Aloha. If you're into robotics and you're very technical, I suggest joining this group. I mean, this sounds like a pretty unique opportunity. These guys are super talented, and they're probably doing this because it's early days. This is a pretty unique opportunity. All right, next thing. Okay, so I suggest you watch this on your own, but basically Meta has this new headset. It's not the Quest VR headset. It's a new headset. It's like Ray-Ban glasses. And what's cool about this is that you see these guys wearing the headset here, but if you see on his wrist, he also has a wristband. And the way this wristband works is because basically it's like the Apple Vision Pro where you use your hand to move things around VR, except this is not just moving your hands around. This wristband actually reads neural impulses from your wrist. So apparently there's extra compute on your arm, more so your brain can send more signals to your arm, more so than it's required to move your limbs around. And these can pick that up. So you can train basically your brain to send signals to your arm that gets picked up by these, and that controls a computer. I know that sounds pretty crazy. It's very similar to what Neuralink is doing, minus the brain implant. It's just a wearable. And what's shocking to me is that this isn't new. So I have a video here. So Meta acquired this company called Control Labs. CTRL Labs, years and years ago. So this video is 4 years old. Acquisition was 6 years ago, I think. And you can watch this on your own, but let me see. So
around change this is about his it's this thing that we really never leverage in computing experiences today. Here we're doing something way more abstract. So here, this is my co-founder Patrick Kaifosh, another.
Okay, so note here that the cursor on the phone is going to start moving. The hand is not going to start moving, and he has the wristband on his hand. And the also important thing to notice, this was 4 years ago.
Columbia neuroscientists, and he's
it's moving.
Not moving. You have to trust me that there's a band on his wrist right there, but he's playing Asteroids on a phone, the old arcade game Asteroids. So this is a game that has 2.5 degrees of freedom. You have to push buttons, you have to fly around, change the thrust vectors, move left and right at different speed.
So the guy is playing on his phone, using this wristband on his wrist without moving his hand. It's just thinking about it, and the neural signals are going through his hand, and they're being picked up by the wristband and translated onto signals on the phone, commands on the phone. So pretty cool. Again, I think this is exactly what the Neuralink demo demonstrated, minus having to have a brain implant. And the fact that this happened 4-6 years ago, and we're only kind of hearing about it now through a Meta VR headset that it's not even for sale. Pretty crazy. Yeah, so definitely check that out. And the other thing that happened this week, so last week we had OpenAI drama. This week we had OpenAI Dev Day. So OpenAI launched a bunch of new things. I think the main takeaways were first of all Canvas. So ChatGPT now has a Canvas, so it's like there's a bit of a like a new coding workflow, new coding tools. So you can ask it to modify code, and it's like it does it in a cleaner way. A lot of people are comparing it with Cursor, saying OpenAI killed Cursor. I don't know about that. I would check it out. I really liked it as a first pass, as a B1. Obviously, there's a lot of things missing here, like context retrieval, being able to modify multiple files at the same time, and stuff like that. That was very cool from OpenAI. The other things that OpenAI launched during Dev Day, I think it was they first of all they opened the advanced voice mode for the API for everyone, so that's pretty cool. So now you can build applications using their advanced API mode. Before they had Whisper, we had text to speech, speech to text, but now it's just all in one endpoint, and it's pretty smooth. I still think the latency is a little too high, but it's neat. Yeah, what else happened? I guess yeah, they had a bunch of things around fine tuning, some stuff to benchmark your fine tunes on their fine tuning platform. And maybe interesting for this project is there's a now you can fine tune GPT-4 vision, the vision model. So that'll be interesting. And there's like, I think everyone gets like 100,000 free fine tuning tokens. So you can use that through October. So, you know, in a future video, we're going to play with that. Okay, 3 more links here. Okay, so this was cool. So this is the video, not the tweet. But there's basically a very small microcontroller. Oh, I just realized when I go full screen, you guys can't see the screen. I wonder if the previous video got messed up. Anyways, this is a very small microcontroller, so kind of like an Arduino, except, you know, in that very small size, it can power motors, it can control motors, and it has like a wireless connection and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Like if you consider the small size, you can build all kinds of small robots. So that's neat. Not super relevant for this project, but something that I would play around with. What else? This was cool. So these guys basically, I don't know if they're using a Meta headset, but they basically put a camera on their glasses, and they went around, and what they're doing is like they're scanning people's faces, and then they're searching their faces on the internet, and they can instantly pull relevant data. And you know what's surprising is how much data you can get from someone just using their face. And I think their argument is that this is very invasive for privacy, which I can understand. But you know, this demo was really cool. Obviously, it's getting a lot of views, almost 1 million views here on Twitter right now. I think what I find shocking is that a lot of people are shocked, but they don't understand that this isn't actually a new technology. They're just like stitching together things that already exist. And I guess what's surprising is you can do it on glasses, so you can identify people even without them knowing, right? Right now, you have to take a picture of them and search them and so on. But all the information that these guys are uncovering is already online. You can already find it online. So it's just like, I guess, making it easier to access it, which that's a breakthrough. And it's much more shocking when it's, you know, way easier to access this data. All right, last link. Another video. Oh yeah, this is from Socratica in Waterloo. So this is like students presenting projects and stuff like that. This guy had a cool thing. So he made a thing to cut your hair. Actually, just got a haircut today or yesterday. And the way it works, it basically, it can scan your head, and so you can watch the video, he'll explain, but it basically adjusts where the trimmer is, and so you can do a fade basically, and all you have to do is like almost like push this thing through your head, and it'll do the perfect fade because it knows where it's on your head related to where the trimmer is. It probably has an IMU on board, and it, you know, regulates as it goes. And he does a live demo. It doesn't work great, but the idea I thought was genius. So shout out to this guy. And then if you've watched a full video, I mean, this is like a 2.5 hour video. There's a few other cool demos. So yeah. Um, anyways, that's it for cool things that happened this week. I think that's a lot already, and so the plan for today would be to assemble the full robot and power it, and then code and then move all legs at the same time. I think if we do all these three things, this is a win. So let's get started. All right, so first things first, let me show you the electrical stuff that we got. So this was the last thing we added to the BOM, which was the voltage measurement thing. So these things usually they give you for free when you buy LiPos, except I didn't get any of these time around. And all these things they do is they connect to the balancing connector on the battery that which you would usually use to charge. And it's gonna be loud, but you connect it like that, and it'll read. So it knows it's 6 series and it's 24.6 volts, and then it reads the voltage of every cell individually. Of course, if your LiPo is charged and it was balanced correctly, all the cells should have around the same voltage. In this case, it's almost the same thing. It's at 24.6 volts. I didn't notice it's at 6S. So 24 divided by 6, it's basically it's basically over 4 volts total. And when it drops below 2.8 volts, it'll start beeping like it just beeped now, but non-stop. And that's when you know you shouldn't discharge your battery anymore. So we'll have that running the entire time as a fail-safe. So that's there. This is a LiPo, of course. These are our servos. In here, I believe it's the back converter. Yeah, so it's a back converter, pretty simple, pretty chunky converter, huge heat sinks here. We don't need these much, but obviously it's just off the shelf because it's rated up to 40 volts, and we're only going up to 24. And there's in and out ports, and then I think you tweak the voltage with these two things. I don't know what these are called, and I see a screw head you can twist. So these didn't come with instructions, so I did get a voltmeter and we're gonna test it. And for the input, I have these, which should connect to these here. So it's an XT60 connector with already 2 wires soldered in. I didn't buy this was just like spare from a drone. So in theory, you can just hook this up in here, connect the battery, and you should have some voltage readings out there. We might have to clean up a little bit these terminals, but that should work. And then we have jumper cables to kind of like connect these servos onto these guys. So I didn't open this yet. Actually, let me open this right now. So these guys are gonna be our bus bars. Again, super chunky. But it will do, and it has an A and a B terminal, and I assume it just goes all the way through, and then you can connect, you can set A to B, I think we set 5B, B to ground, and then you can just hook up your servos to these, and it has a bunch of terminals. Actually, it has 12 terminals, which is exactly the number of terminals we need. So these will be very tight, but it will do. And this smells like straight from a Chinese factory, which is exactly where it came from. Anyways, and then here obviously there's all the 3 printed parts. Then we can spend like a few seconds thinking of how to actually assemble these, and these are all spare parts from the first video. We do need to remove support and stuff like that. I'll just time lapse through the boring parts, but if we just like kind of lay down the parts here, and yes, one leg is gonna be green. I'm not gonna like disassemble that leg just to reassemble it in a different color. I suspect that eventually we're gonna redesign the entire thing anyways, and and then we can color match everything. Alright, so now we've removed all the support from the prints. I did notice some of these prints are pretty dirty, particularly these holes here. So these part printed like these. And so these holes here, these board holes were overhangs, and there was no support there. And so the surface quality is really bad. And I'm actually surprised that Bamboo, the slicer, just let that happen. But yeah, I mean, we'll probably be able to work with that, but it just looks pretty poor. Now I'm gonna pop these snap rings, these retaining rings in here. This is one of the parts that needs to be eliminated. It makes no sense to have it as a separate part. This should just be part of this hub, but you know, this is how it is right now. And then let's rearrange these around. Let's try to like see which parts are for which legs. And one of the things that we talked about on the last video was that it's really hard to see which one is the left leg and which one's the right leg. And so I know that the right leg looks like this. Obviously that's an assembled right leg. And so I'm looking for a servo box that matches that. You can also look for that odd one out. So these ones are left, this one is right. I still have no Sharpie, so I'm just gonna try to remember. That always works. So this one goes here. So let's get all the components for the right leg. I'm just gonna with the odd one out. So this one's the odd one out. These parts are all the same. So this is left leg. These parts are all the same. This is all the same. It's the same. This is the same. This is also the same. These are the feet, which are also the same. Oh wait, that's not a feet. It's still the same, same. Now the next part that's not the same is these things here. And again, pick that odd one out. It's very subtle, but you know, one of them is more rounded. And I think this one is the odd one out. Oh yeah, for sure. All right, so that's the left leg, this is the right leg. And so probably the first step here is to put all our heated inserts in. And so if we remember what requires a heated insert, it's basically, I think we brought it down to only needing one, which is really good. Wait, was it? I cannot remember if this is heated inserts, let me check. It probably does. But if it doesn't, that would save a lot of time. Judging by the feeling, I think that it does. It feels like metal and metal. And it does, yeah. So there's one there, and if there's one there, it probably means that there's gonna be one here. Yeah, that's metal and metal, that feels like, yep, there's one there. So that's two. There's obviously one down in the foot here, so that's three. Let's see if the servo horn has one. Again, we want to make that assemble legs as closely similar to each other as possible. This one doesn't have one. It's interesting. We should probably just remove those heated inserts. Just extra steps, you know. And then here, there's probably one here. Oh no, this feels like plastic on metal. You can really tell by how it feels on the wrench. Metal on metal, it's like it slides, and oh, okay, this is actually another heater insert here. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, and then the food. So that's 4 per leg. 4 inserts per leg, and so let's put those in first. And so with that in mind, let me go find the heated inserts. None of this is labeled, of course. We're just estimating here. One day we'll have a complete bomb with things measured, but today's not the day. And so these all look like M3s, and so we'll get an M3 just to figure out which one of these inserts is M3. This looks about right. This is correct. Okay. And so we'll need 4 of these per leg. And you know, 4 is fine, but you know, we do have 4 legs, so we need 16 of them. Obviously one leg is already built, so only need 12 of them today. Okay, and that's 12. All right, so let's put those in and then we'll continue. Alright, all the heated inserts are in now, and so now we can go back to assembling the legs. Just gotta figure out which one's left and right again. So odd one out. So this one's the right, and then odd one out here. So it's the right. And so I haven't thought too much about what goes first. I mean, obviously things like, things like this joint here can be assembled right away. We can put the food inside and we can put this thing inside here. And then I guess we can connect the servos. But to connect the servos, actually the servos would come later. The first servo joint that we should assemble is the shoulder. And so the shoulder will go in here. Because later on, I think assembling the shoulder joint would be hard. Would be impossible. You cannot assemble the shoulder joint with the other servos in the way. So I think that's the only way. Yeah, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that makes sense. So shoulder joint is first, but we can assemble the food first. Like, I guess this is fine. The absolute shortest M3s we have. This is it. So, I mean, something that would be useful would be to write an assembly guide now and just standardize it. But I think until we know that we want to build more than one, I don't think we need that. So I'm gonna have to do the same thing for all joints here. You gotta think this is the left, goes like this. And so it feels like we're making pretty quick progress here. Now it really feels like we have 4 legs here. But of course, a lot of the work is actually setting up the servos and initializing them. That's a ton of work, a ton of screws, a ton of joints to get right. So. We might run out of screws actually. I did not count whatsoever. I just trusted that we had enough. It'll be unfortunate if we run out of screws. And then we also should just use a electric screw thingy here, and maybe I'll put the link in bio because if you're doing any assembly work, these things save so much time. This is the right leg, another right leg. I can already tell we're gonna be out of screws because we only have 5 left, and we're gonna use 4 more of those, and then each leg requires 4 more for each servo. So it's like we're out of screws here. We're gonna have to try the bigger size, and if that doesn't work, we're gonna have to pause this tonight and go get some screws tomorrow somewhere. That's wrong. Looks like this is already out of battery. Anyways, I'll just finish this by hand. It is pretty hot in California today. Super, super hot. My phone is also overheating. So. Okay, that's a left leg. I'm just shocked how quickly that ran out of battery. Maybe I won't put a link in bio for that. Alright, now that we have the legs and the joints of it assembled, the next step would be the servo horns for the shoulder joint. And I think these guys will also require an M3. Let me just check, but I'm pretty sure this is an M3, and we only have one left at this point. Yeah, that's an M3. And our next size of M3s are like 4 millimeters longer, and that might just be 4 millimeters too long. So just trying it out now. I mean, it's gonna work, but it's not a perfect fit. So what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna go backwards, and I'm gonna remove, how many do we need? I need two more. So I'm gonna remove 2 screws from here, from this leg, and replace them with longer screws there, because for there, like, I don't think it matters. There might be some clearance issues, but performance-wise, the fit doesn't matter. So let me just replace the screws there, and just so we can keep going tonight. And if we run into another stopper due to screws, we'll just pause for tonight. I don't know if Home Depot carries these screw sizes. Pretty small. We can also make MasterCard some screws and get them Monday, but that'll be expensive. I really think MasterCard needs a competitor to bring those prices down. Alright, so now that we have enough screws to connect the shoulder servos to the horns, what we need is a computer to initialize the servos to 90 degrees and be able to assemble these servos these horns in the correct orientation. Just cleaning the servo horn holes a little bit here. And these were another set of holes that had overhang, and Bamboo just printed them as is, so it's a bit dirty. But you know, it doesn't matter, because when you torque down a screw, that will crush any plastic really. It's not even fair. Alright, let me get the computer. Alright, not a lot of space in this table. I haven't seen an Arduino connector that connects to USB-C yet. That'll be nice. Maybe one day we can get that. Alright, so we're gonna ask ChatGPT here to generate simple Arduino code. I'm gonna say, write an Arduino script that sets a servo position to 90 degrees. The servo is connected to digital pin 10. And that's it, and ChatGPT is gonna give us a script. And then I'm gonna take that script to Arduino, and I'm gonna verify it, and I'm gonna upload it to our Arduino. And so once we have that, we can just connect any of our servos here to the digital pin number 10. And so we have extra wires here. We only need one set of Arduinos. And it really doesn't matter if it's left or right. It will always be 90 degrees. And obviously the left will rotate one way and the right will rotate one way. But for initializing them, they should always be 90 degrees. So that's 90 degrees now. We could triple check, but you know, let's just trust that it works. And we're gonna line up these four holes roughly horizontally, just iron it out. And it's a bit of a tight fit. And once it's roughly in there, we could put a screw in there. you just tighten the hell out of it and it'll work. You can see this horn needs to go all the way in. And once it's all the way in, you can disconnect it, and that one's done. And then we can go on to the next servo. Now, I would say just because we're eyeing out these servo horns, the shoulder joint alignment between the different legs might not be perfect. But because we have such a big range of motion in each shoulder, we can always add trim parameters on software. So we can modify them a little bit on software and trim each of them so they're all perfectly aligned. And that's basically how on drones and fixed wing drones, usually flaps are trimmed and aligned, just to make up for imperfections. Obviously, the ideal process would be we don't need to do any of these and everything's perfect. But we've spent very little time on optimizing this manufacturing process, so I'm just coming up with solutions on the fly here. All right, all the servos are done now, and so now we can assemble the shoulder joints, and it does matter which one's left, which one's right. So I guess this one is right, and so the right one, this one's right but on the front, so this one will go here. Yeah, like on the front, go through here like that, and then this one will go here like that, right? I mean, I think that makes sense. Right? It's like, and we need to lock this in place first, else it's not gonna fit later. So something like this, and then like that here. And so we could screw down the servo first, and then do the servo horn. I don't think it matters. But the fits are, feels like there's a lot of friction somewhere. Like something's colliding somewhere, somehow. And I'm not sure why. That's why I'm taking a closer look. Okay. So in the previous version, this dimension stack was, we had to compress it so it fits. And this time around, it's too long. It doesn't want to fit. And I'm not sure why, because we basically changed nothing. But as we start to tighten down the servo, things will work out. Now, this also requires M3s, and we're still out of M3s, of short M3s, so I'm gonna see if these longer ones will do. This guy's still on vacation, it's not working. Okay, the longer M3s kind of work here. It doesn't look super clean, it's not flash on the other side, but it will keep us moving for tonight and see how far we can take this tonight. Okay, now that that's done, we can do the servo horn, or we could put a left servo here. I'm gonna do the servo horn first, just to de-risk that there's nothing else that's wrong that I'm missing here. Okay, well, it looks like we're also gonna be out of these M3 flatheads actually. So we just caught that now. Speaking of de-risking. Oh, actually here, this is the one place where I think we can use longer M3 flatheads. So let me try that. The other thing is that we initialize these to 90 degrees, but 90 degrees is not a good position to assemble these. Whereas if it was assembled like this, which is I think 180, it would be easier. Let me see if let me set this to 180. Over quick. Well, also while that happens, I'm gonna recharge this electrical screwdriver. And yeah, just having to set this to 180 already. It's already more complicated than I was hoping for, and also introduces risk because you know it's easy to confuse the servo position on between 180 and 0. Well, it's gonna look the same to the naked eye. So ideally I wouldn't want to have to do that, especially because you gotta like think, oh, is this left, is this right, is this front or back? It's gonna be different for all of them. So that it just makes it very easy to mess up, and we want the opposite. We want to make it hard to mess up. Okay, so it looks like 180 is indeed the right position, and so I'm gonna line it up here, and it's gonna start screwing. And this fit is not ideal. It's not as bad as it used to be on like the first iteration. We had worse fits, but it's not ideal, and it is 4 of them, so it's gonna take a while. And these are extra long. We're using the long ones because we're running out of the short ones. So okay, so now that 1 is in, I just want to make sure I didn't mess up the servo, so I'm gonna rotate these back to 90, and these should be like that. And if it works, we'll go back to 180 and finish assembly. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted to see. So 1 back to 180. Great. And because this is so hard to assemble, I'm feeling lazy, and I think we might do with just 2 screws. I think that's enough. But also that's a lesson why you should make things easy to assemble, else people get lazy and don't wanna properly do things. Alright, so that's 2 screws. So now I'm gonna do a left servo here. I always forget how this is supposed to look. I'm gonna put this back to 90, so things look correct. Alright, perfect. And then rotating the shapes in your head can be a little tricky sometimes. I mean, people make fun of people who can't rotate shapes in their head, but trust me, this one's a little tricky. Alright, so same deal here. I'm going to move these, rotate these to 0 degrees, I think, for this side. Yes. And then I'm going to put 2 screws in because putting 4 is too hard. And I'm already sweating because it's super hot. Alright, here we go. Alright, so now that that's done, I'm going to take back to 90. Going back to 90. Okay, perfect. And so now the front servo shoulder joint stuff is done. We could finish assembling these legs, or we could move to the rear. And I think I'm going to move to the rear just because I know there's no blockers on the rear, and we can finish that. At least I know for a fact that we can finish that. And so it's looking good. There's a little more friction on the left shoulder than on the right shoulder. It feels a little tighter. Not entirely sure why. But okay, so that's done, and this is the front. And if I had a Sharpie, I would write front here. No Sharpie. move to the rear. Part of the rear is already here, so I guess we can. I don't know how we can make this fit. I don't think we can make this fit without without a lot of pain. We basically have to disassemble this leg, which is a lot of pain. So maybe we start by the side that we don't have to disassemble, which is this left side. Where's the, okay, here. And man, assembling this thing, it's actually a lot of work. So I don't think once it's assembled, I don't think we're gonna iterate much on the hardware, unless there's a really good reason to. All right, so first step is always to screw down the servo. So here we go. You can already tell that this shoulder is like not as aligned to the 90 degrees as the others, so we'll have to trim this one for sure. Just a software fix. It's not a big deal. All right, so now that we have we have just about all of them here, except for the existing leg. Unfortunately, we cannot just remove the servo and put it here, because I mean on the previous design you could just slide it up, but on this design we decided to put this support here, which makes it so you cannot pop off the servos. That's something that I didn't think of, but we also added that for structural reasons, and I do feel good about having that there. But yeah, it's pretty painful not to be able to just pop off a servo. And actually, if we ever want to modify anything here, it's gonna suck. But we're kind of just rolling with it. It's too late now. And the other thing, I don't know if you can tell from the camera, but this is actually it's widening because it doesn't fit perfectly. Versus on this one, oh, it's the same thing. So the dimensional stack here is greater than the clearance. So we do have that on the to-do list, but it cannot work for this one, so I ignored it. Of course, what it does is it puts a lot of friction on the shoulder joints, and so I think over time something might snap. And also more friction just means things wear out faster. So we could add lube to try to mitigate, but it's not really gonna do much. All right, now I'm gonna remove these screws here from the from the old leg design. Of course, we used nuts for those because like the holes were overfit or too big, and the clearance was terrible, right? So that was a big thing here. We're also really out of M3 screws. I have 3 left of the long ones, and I think 0 left of the short ones. So we cannot assemble the full dog tonight, unfortunately. We're gonna reach the end soon. But I'll try to make some progress on the electronics, so we can continue for a little bit longer, just by making sure the back converter works maybe. So, okay, so see how it slides off? That's something that you cannot do in a new design anymore, which is unfortunate, because we could technically just pop this right in because we know everything works, but we actually cannot. We need to take the servo off, and to take this servo off, we need to take these 2 servo offs. And if you take these servos off, you need to take these off and these off, so all the horns gotta come off. So it's a lot of disassembling work. So yeah, that's gonna take a few minutes. One thing that I've learned from this old servo horn from the green design from the previous revision is like these holes are so oversized that these screws are actually not holding any clamping force, and the shoulder joint still works. So we probably don't need screws. We could just do with some pins, because really axially this is constrained by the servo flange, and then on the other side this wall here. So as long as we have pins to transfer, you know, torque, we probably don't need anything threaded, and it will make assembly way faster. So just an idea for the future. Anyways, let's continue. That was very painful. Alright, so all the shoulders are now assembled, and I think we might not have enough screws to screw down the servos. We can always go longer, and that'll work, just because, well, even longer, we were a little short. So I think we're probably gonna pause installation for now, and the one thing we can do is assemble the body here, so we can basically join the two halves that we've assembled tonight into one. Now I am kind of wondering if we're gonna regret this tomorrow, because it's gonna make assembling the legs harder, but I can't see how that's gonna make things worse. Definitely doesn't make it better, but I don't think it makes it worse. So I'm gonna do that now. So let's see. So for that, the good part is that we can use very long screws for that, and those we have a ton. It's the short ones that are in short supply. Get it? Huh. And yeah, I guess this is why it would be nice to have an actual bomb, so we know what we're using. And we definitely cut a lot of corners there. But you know, you gotta move fast and break things. So. I was also regretting not color matching the rear leg, but it actually helps a lot to quickly figure out which part is rear, which one is the back side, which one's the right, which one's the left. So, unexpected win. Looking pretty good. You can't tell what the final thing is gonna look like already. And so, like I said, we are, well, okay, this shoulder joint here has a ton of more friction than the other ones. And then the green one has the least friction. I don't know if that's gonna be a problem. I do think there's enough torque to overcome, but current spikes are definitely a thing here. Now, we do have enough screws to assemble back these legs, so I'm going to do that now. And it's basically pretty straightforward, just put back the servos. Now, which servo goes where? That's a great question. Oh, I guess we gotta initialize. Oh, I always forget how to initialize these servos. Man, I hate initializing servos. It's just not fun. There's gotta be a better way. Okay, so we look at it. We have hip and knee. Alright, the hip starts at 0, if I remember correctly. the heat is up here. Well, I guess first things first is to screw down both of them, regardless of which one is which and if they're initialized or not, because that just won't make a difference. So let me screw those down first. Alright, so my electric screwdriver didn't run out of battery, it literally died. It just won't charge anymore. So, lesson in there. It's funny because I think it probably lasted only a couple weeks. I didn't use it that much. Alright, so when the heat is at 0, which is here, I guess we should initialize this guy to be like the other guy to be, I don't know, like it should be at another one of the extremes. It could be here. I don't think this is an extreme for it. So it could be here, like that. This looks like an extreme. And I am not sure if that's what angle would that be. So I'm gonna play around a little bit with it. Obviously, want to get this right, because getting this wrong means having to disassemble everything again. And I've done that already way too many times. And my screwdriver, I've done it so many times, my screwdriver died. You know, it's not good. Okay, so you're 0, 90, I think it went that way. So 180. Definitely went that way. So 180 is all the way this way. And then 0 would be this way. But my safety envelope says that it can go from 85 to 165. So 660. So I guess you want to initialize like 90 degrees, somewhere in the middle here. Like if that's gonna be 180, but then we're gonna go to 90. Initialize at 90 here. By the way, the clearance here to the frame looks very close. I think that's definitely gonna collide. And on CAT it was fine. So that's interesting. But that's 100% gonna collide. Or I'm gonna set this to 90. And we're gonna, because I forget what we initialized it to before. So I'm gonna call this 90 here. I'm assembling this knowing that it's not gonna work, so. Although it's good because, sure, we spent a lot of time assembling, but now we've found a bunch of issues, including not having screws and clearance issues here. Also, initializing these outer circles is not a big deal. The big deal is the shoulder, that's the worst one. These outer ones are just a screw, you know, so. Alright. So first of all, if we rotate the shoulder, there's interference there already, and here. So we need to we need to redesign that part. Big mistake on my part. This looks fine. The knee might be fine. except, you know, there's a lot of interference with the walls here. So we're gonna have to disassemble everything we've done tonight and redesign these brackets here to give more clearance here, because it's basically this wall here that's creating the issue. Yeah, that's just what needs to happen. And I'll take a closer look at CAD and see why we didn't catch this before. But gonna call it a night for now. Mixed results, but I think it's looking good. But yes, unfortunately, we do have to take everything apart again. And we'll figure out what went wrong. I thought I was gonna call it a night, but that error was actually really, really simple and bad, and so I need to figure out where I went wrong. Else I won't be able to sleep tonight. Also, I'm like fully determined to wait, something has changed here. I'm fully determined to finish assembling the dog tonight, whatever it takes. Sorry, this weekend. Well, tonight was the night, but obviously it's not gonna happen if we run out of screws. But now this interference issue is bigger than the screws. And so I guess here, I mean, you can tell like the clash it's not actually here. Well, I guess we've only assembled the rear like here. So there might be interference in other places. Like this looks very tight here. Obviously that's interference. Yeah, don't even have to check. It's obvious. Oh, actually, wait. Whoa, that might be fine. It is extremely tight. And let's see how tight it was back here. So the issue happens when, wait, oh my god. Where are the parts? Man, Onshape is so weird. Where's the menu that shows you the parts here? I guess here? Yes. Okay, so the issue happens. I guess there's no name positions anymore. Did we get rid of those somehow? I'm pretty sure we have those. Yeah. All the way down, yeah. All the way down. That's not the issue. I don't think that's the issue. All the way up. Okay, well, neither of those positions move the knee. The knee is what's colliding. Well, here you can see the horn. Yeah, that's basically what we're seeing, right? Like the horn is going through it. So we do have interference on CAD. And then we have very low clearances here at the front, but no interference on CAD. And so basically this comes down to we need to trim that edge. We could also try to move the joints outwards and make the body narrower, and that could help. I don't remember why the body is so wide here. but I don't think there's a good reason for it. Looks like we could shave here 4 millimeters each side. That alone would help. And then, I mean, yeah, 4 millimeters each side. We can get rid of this wall here that makes disassembling the shoulder joints a huge pain. And I guess we can get rid of this sharp edge here. And yeah, I mean, well, let me just get the thing here. Yeah, I mean, the other thing that would be nice is to figure out why these joints are so so tight. So we could widen these by like 1 millimeter here on all, loosen things up a little bit. So that could help. Look at this thing, it's pretty big. Yeah. Okay, and so that means we basically have to reprint the entire torso, which is fine. It's fine. It's just, again, it's like 1 hour of like screwing things together that's gone to waste. But on the bright side, the design gets better. So, all right, let's get started. So we said we're gonna move these walls 4 millimeters inwards. So torso middle section, 4 millimeters inwards. We do gotta figure out what actually drives this thickness here. It might be this. We're referencing that. So 6 and 6. Let's see if these do it. Maybe it explodes. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay. Is that too tight? That's basically zero clearance. I mean, you never want zero clearance, but, and see on cat, doesn't clash anymore. I mean, obviously it's too tight, but it doesn't clash anymore. One thing I was gonna say earlier was that I wanted to animate the leg movements. Not to catch things like this, but I mean, it will also help. Look at that, the leg can clash here. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's okay if there's some extreme conditions that we have to avoid in order not to clash. But they must be extreme. Like, I don't know if that's a natural position that we want. I think that's fine. If we clash there, that's fine. And that's not, why would we want to do that? I don't think we need that. On the other side, this is pretty basic stuff to clash. It can be clashing there. All right. So let's add a tiny bit of clearance to the servo. So I'm gonna bring this up to 6.2. And then we gotta modify this guy here. We said we wanna get rid of some things here. Move face, mirror. Okay. Okay, cool. So we can work here. Yeah, so we can get rid of this wall. The thing is, structurally wise, if we get rid of these, all the load goes through down here. And that's it. So we do need to add one more contact point to the torso so it's sturdier. Ideally we keep these, but man, it's such a pain to assemble. And right now that's my priority, to make it less of a pain to assemble. And so I'm gonna remove these. And we might come back to this moment. I might regret this, you know. But I'm okay with the thing breaking as we use it. At least that way we know that we found how far we can push it, you know. Okay, so there's that. Also, we gotta remove this corner here, which again, it's gonna cost us some structural rigidity for sure. That's definitely a load path, but it's gotta go. I'll do it like this. As always, moving quick. Okay. All right. Now we can start rolling back. Okay. So that's how it's gonna look. It definitely looks not as sturdy. Actually, before we even do that, we did say we were gonna move these by 1 millimeter, and I guess we're gonna move the entire stack. Oh, how does that work? I'm doing this pretty blind, to be honest. Like, it's not like I've measured anything. Actually, I'm not gonna increase the thickness on the back. This wall is already too thick. Okay. And while we're making things thinner, I'm also gonna go ahead and shave 3 millimeters from here. Okay, shave 2 millimeters from here. Just like that. And maybe another 2 from here. Yep, okay. So now we can mirror. All right. We can mirror. We can delete these, and we can delete that. Okay, so that's what we're looking at now. Let's check interferences and stuff. Let's see if anything broke. Nothing appears to have broken. And let's see the clearance here. I mean, it's better, right? Like, still tight for sure, but it's better. How can we make it even better? mean, I think the obvious one is to add a chamfer. It's too big. Can't interfere with that holder. Yes, a 5mm chamfer. Can we even do 5mm chamfer? Like, I think the walls might be getting too thin, you know. I need the cross section here. I guess can't do cross section here. Offset plane. Where's the cross section view here? Let's go this way. Seems like the walls can take it. Yeah. I do wonder if the rest of the torso can take a 5mm chamfer. Seems like a lot. Let's see. Oh yeah, see, that's very thin. We can make up for it with an internal chamfer. Remove material on one side, add it back to the other side. Chamfer. And we do like a 2mm, like something small. Yep. Should be fine, right? Section view. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. And so the other thing that's missing here is another way to transfer load from this blue part to the purple part. Like, the concern is how thin the blue part is here, down here. It is very thin. I would ideally want to round these here where they meet. But that complicates the geometry a lot. And so what I wanted to do was an interlock somewhere here in the middle. Because you gotta think how how the load is being transferred. Or maybe you don't. Maybe it doesn't matter. It does look a little flimsy to me, but you know, maybe it's just fine. Yeah, if it's constrained this way, you know, you gotta think of the different axes where how this is loaded. Are we recording? Yes, good. I think I'm just gonna go with it as it is right now. No changes. The only change I want to add is chamfers here. And as usual, I mean, we'll print these right now and we'll see what happens. And we'll try to learn from it. Again, my only concern is how thin this part is getting on those edges there. Yeah. Just running some mental calculations on like how this is gonna be loaded. Because we could also add a wall here that mates with the blue part, and that's another screw. But you saw how many screws it took to assemble this thing as it is, right? Like, that's a lot of screws. So more screws, you know. Yeah, I don't know about more screws. More screws. On the other hand, these does feel very sturdy, but we are also removing a ton of material, so. All right, let's just try it. Let's try it for now, and the good news is that we're making it way easier to switch servos, to put back the shoulder joints if they fail, so we can iterate faster. And clearance looks much better now, so that's a win. And we have less material, so that's a win. It's wins everywhere. More clearances on the shoulder joints, that's exciting. And we can print right now. This won't take long, this will be ready by the morning. And I can go figure out how to buy some screws somewhere. This should be fine. And if it feels too flimsy, we can add more support. But I'd rather not add more support. All right. Actually, quick check on Home Depot. Let's see if they sell metric screw M3. Socket head. Oh yeah, a 2-pack. 2 screws for $2. That's crazy. Metric socket cap. Socket cap screw M3. I don't know, is there like a Fastenal here somewhere? And just go stop by, like, yo. It is a weekend also. Fulfillment center. This doesn't really say you can, oh, okay, you can stop by. Let's see what the comments say. Bad reviews. I mean, these prices are hilarious. They're just like I thought McMaster was expensive, but no, actually Home Depot is super expensive. Should we buy Home Depot stock? If people are buying screws for that price, like, oh, that's like high fives all around. Absolutely insane. Trading at all-time highs almost. Pretty good. Let's see how much money, we're getting sidetracked here, but let's see how much money Home Depot makes. 152 billion in sales. Revenue is, well, total revenue, it's not really growing, although that's 2023. How much was these screws? Screws are under building materials, I guess, which is growing. Anyways, let's kick off Bamboo. Let's start printing. I'm gonna go turn on the printer on. So I guess the takeaway here is that we're probably not gonna get screws. Like, I need to go order in McMaster and get absolutely scammed, but it's less of a scam than Home Depot. So we always try to minimize the scam. Should I be selling screws? And yeah, and I think McMaster will deliver Monday. We can finish this Monday. Thankfully, we're not tracking expenses on this project yet, so I don't even know how much we're spending on screws. Okay, these might not fit in one bed. Okay, looks like it's gonna be 2 prints. Rearrange 0. Okay, 1. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna print one of them first to check for sturdiness, and if it looks good, then we'll print the rest. Right? Smart. It seems like there's a floating cantilever. Where? I mean, I guess it must be talking about the holes. Also, it always tells me to enable support. I always do, and then it's not, and it disenable it again. So it's funny. Okay, so it does want to add some supports here for. Oh, I see. Yeah, for the pivot points there. All right, cool. I'm printing that, and we'll check back once that's done. The other thing I didn't mention was like these gap lines here. I'm trying to see if the camera can see it, but they're actually, oh yeah, there you can see it. It's very noticeable here. And I think that's just the servo interfering and like basically getting in between the two parts. Just because there's no clearance from this surface here, like this surface here, to the bottom of the servos. So that's why we're getting some interference there. It's not a big deal. It's just aesthetically, you know, it's not like we like to make things that look good, and that doesn't look good. So, anyways, I'm gonna start printing, and print plate. Yeah, I'll keep you guys in the loop.
A few moments later.
Alright guys, so the new design of this part, I don't know what we call this, the bracket, is done. I mean, overall these walls were made thinner. It feels good. This is how I like the parts to look, for sure. It's like doesn't look bulky. This wall here still looks bulky, but everything else looks right. There was no support on these chamfered corners, and so these look terrible. So I do need to adjust the support settings. The other thing is, like, we of course removed this wall, and I was concerned about the structural integrity, I guess, of this part here, and you can see it flexes a lot even with a small load. Of course, this is not representative of how the shoulders are loaded. So I just want to assemble one and see how it feels. And then the other thing is that we increased these by 1 millimeter, so these are not as compressed. So let's see how that feels. So I guess it really doesn't matter which side I choose, but I'm just gonna remove here I guess this would be the front. And I'm really missing my electric screwdriver here. The other thing I was thinking was we can probably lower these whole wall and come down. It's just extra material, not necessarily needed. It's not hurting, but yeah. And I think the main thing is the clearance to the leg. Of course, for that we do need to print the entire torso. And I was thinking while we're doing that, since you know that implies that I need to disassemble everything I assembled tonight, I want to get rid of the shoulder servo horns, and I'm going to incorporate that part into this thing here, and that's going to eliminate 4 screws per leg, which is a lot. Obviously we have a screw shortage, but also we have a laziness epidemic, and we don't like screwing things, especially since our electric screwdriver died. There's so many screws that even the electric screwdriver keeps up. That's how you know there's too many screws. I'm also not going to initialize the servo properly because, like I said, we're probably going to replace this part anyways, so we're just testing the fit. I was also just thinking that the reason why I got that electric screwdriver that died so fast is because I was watching an assembly tutorial for a drone, and that's what the guy recommended. So I don't know, that guy just recommended a terrible product. It's pretty disappointing, actually. Alright, so first of all, now we can attach these and then slide it onto here, which should simplify things. But if we just test the fit here, I mean that looks proper now. Let me assemble these. So I think I'm pretty happy with these, and we can go ahead and print another one. Of course, the other concern is loading, but you know, I think it's pretty good. It's not bad. It's kind of hard to tell without properly assemble things, but yeah, I think I'm not concerned. I think we can push through with these. That'll be fine. So I'm gonna jump back on the computer, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of this servo horn. Well, first of all, we're gonna start printing the rest of everything since this is fine, and then I'm gonna get rid of this servo horn. I'm gonna incorporate it into this part, and that means that means that every one of these servo boxes, it's gonna be different, but that's fine. Again, it's gonna save so much assembly time. So let's do that right now. It's actually pretty late here, so I want to go to sleep soon. So I'm gonna try to be quick here. But so first things first, I did say that the support was pretty bad. So this is the support that we had that the slicer came for the current part that we're just looking at. We only had support here, but the features that were very ugly were these chamfers here. So we want to adjust our settings for the second part here, and make sure that our support, I'm gonna go with normal, not tree, and the threshold angle at 30. I want to slice it and see if it's gonna add support for the chamfers. So at 30, it's not adding support for those chamfers. So I'm gonna bring this down, I think, to 20, and I think that might be overdoing it. And I used to hate support, but okay, still not doing it. That's interesting. I am not entirely sure. 15. I mean 10. I don't know why it's not doing it for that chamfer, because it's obviously more. Just doesn't want to do it. That's interesting. Threshold angle. The threshold is the maximum slope angle that needs support. I mean, they recommend 30, but 30 is not, doesn't seem to be doing it. Yeah, that's not gonna do it. Wait, so does it work the other way? As I increase it, does it get more conservative? Yeah, it does. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Playing it super safe. We do have a message here that the G code goes outside of the boundaries. So I'm gonna move this here, slice it. Okay, looks fine. All right, so kicking off these to print. So I'll print overnight. I'm just gonna sleep through the print, and then let's go back to Onshape here. And what we want to do is we want to merge the servo horn with the servo box thing. Oh, by the way, I want to show you guys one more thing. So I actually I was looking at where to get screws from. We saw that Home Depot was insanely expensive. That sound is from the 3D printer. And then McMaster was also insanely expensive. But then I found on Amazon I can get an entire kit of M3 screws, 400 pieces for $10. All right, and that includes 4 pieces of the M3 8mm, which is what I need. And so if I was to get the same thing on McMaster, let's quickly, man, thread size. You know, the same thing here. It's like 100 pieces for $9.27 plus their shipping, which is super expensive. These say they're stainless. It doesn't say what grade. You know, let's just assume 18.8. It doesn't say authentic, doesn't say 18.8, doesn't say 304. None of the grades of stainless steel. So obviously it's like a low quality stainless, but I just thought the price was very attractive. And yeah, so that was cool. That was cool. So thanks Amazon. Amazon's carrying this project. Anyways, where were we? Oh yeah. So we're going to modify these parts here, the orange box, to include this blue servo horn, which sounds pretty straightforward, but actually I'm not into. Okay, so if we look at it here, I do think this means that every part will be different. That for sure means every part's gonna be different. So we're gonna have 4 variations of this one part. So let's just get to it. It's never fun doing like the same thing 4 times, but again, I just, oh man. Wait, I thought I had something for this. Pretty sure I already fixed, quote unquote, fixed this somewhere in the left leg. Yeah, okay, so I guess let me measure this horn real quick. Okay, so yeah, we just need to copy the entire geometry really. And I don't know if we can insert a part into another part. I feel like that's not a thing, you know. Merge 2 parts, maybe on an assembly here, and then we insert, and then we can save an assembly as a part. Is that a thing? I mean, that's one, like, that's the getaway to do it, at least in SolidWorks. That'll be a getaway to do it, and it will kind of work. So then you can select these 2, and then you can export them as a single part in theory. Not like super ideal, but that's one way of doing it. That's a quick and dirty way of doing it. I mean, let's, okay, I'm gonna try it. Like I said, it's late here. I'm gonna time box these to half an hour before I go to sleep. But for some reason, there's nothing more motivating than failure. As soon as I saw that I messed up the last torso print, I'm like, I need to fix this right away. All right. So I think we should be able to click here. I'm gonna try to export. Move to nearest to a sub-assembly won't help. Yeah, so in theory you can export these as a single step. and now if we create a new part, and then I guess we can upload. No, sorry, we should not have created a new part. So we can remove this part. What we can do is we can import a part. And so we'll import that step file. Okay. It's importing. I don't know how long this takes. Okay, so I see. So it's not actually doing it correctly. Gonna get rid of these. Delete. Another idea that I came up with. I wonder if we can import a part now. We can't. Okay, we can just recreate the part, I guess. I mean, yeah, recreating the part is another option. Just, it's more work. But okay, 20 millimeters. And 4. So the first thing is, since we're doing that, we can just eliminate these, and these. I'm gonna hide all these planes. We don't need to see them. Okay. So this was 20 millimeters. And 4. The next one is 7.5 radius and 4 again. So since its diameter is 7.5 times 2. And another 4. Okay, and then there's another groove here, which is only 2, and it's 9 diameter. So it's like 9 diameter, and so only 2. Okay. Okay, we don't need these holes. Doesn't matter. These grooves, these chamfers. I mean, probably don't need that, but and then we don't need the hole in the center like that. So we can delete these and these. It's not gonna be solid. We still do need a hole, but so we need these. So it's like this is 7.5, and then 2.5 deep. 2.5 deep. Does that look right? No, right? Wrong side, right? 5.8, 4.35. And obviously we're not gonna repeat these every single time. We're just gonna mirror these. Okay, so we have these, and then this hole here, a through hole of 3.4. Right, so that's for the screw that connects this to the servo. So 3.4 makes sense. It's an M4. This is a through hole, a tight through hole. That makes sense. So now we have that, and it's like an up to next situation. Okay, something like that. I think it doesn't look great, but let's see. Okay, so that's what we have. I think we can remove this face, honestly. Just it will just look clean. Oh, it will just look cleaner. Remove these and these. Yeah, like that. Okay, now we can remove this horn. Yeah, something like that. I think that's just cleaner. And of course we're not done here. There's one more feature that's missing. Okay, we can clean all this stuff here on the other side as well. We don't need these. Oh, sorry. Delete face. Yeah, we don't need these. We don't need these. That. We don't need these or that. Oh. Okay. No, that didn't work. I got too many things here. Oh. Oh, I see. Missing some faces. Okay. All right, and from there, there's only one more dimension that we care about, and it's this thing here. So this guy is a 7.5 and 7.5 offset from here, 3.15. So from here, this guy is a 7.5, and we said that it's I think blind direction, no, start offset 3.125, I want to say. We'll double check, but up to next, and that just ensures that the shoulder for the, oh, that didn't work at all. Why didn't that work? I don't think that looks right to me. Unless this is that thin. 3.125. We're lagging. Yeah, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. I think I see the issue though. Remove. Yeah. So now this thickness here, which constrains how deep the screw goes into the servo, it's 3.125 and 3.15. So we're off here by this much, I think. Yeah, 3.15. And then 4.35. 4.35. So this is exactly now the same geometry. Okay, cool. So that's the same geometry. We can just go from here, put the screw in. That should work, right? It's not the most fun of joints ever, but it's only one screw, so that's better, I think. Kind of sucks, I guess. It's kind of like in there. And then we can clean this up. Something like that. I don't know. Does that look too complicated? I think it looks cleaner. It's a little chunky. I'm good with that though. Okay, so now, so this is one version of it. Another version of it would be these, but with this thing on that side. But we cannot just mirror these, right? That wouldn't work, I think. Would that work? Let's see. I don't think that would work. Let's just mirror this mirror plane. So if we mirror it this way, I think we end up with, oh, okay, it merged it. We didn't want to merge. It's a new part. Again, it's hard for me to imagine what this part is. Well, if I see it on the robot itself, it's way easier. All right, so that part there would be equivalent to a that's a left rear. That's the left rear. That is a right rear. Okay, so left rear, right rear. So I'm gonna name them. Right rear, left hand side rear. Okay, right hand side rear. Okay, and so in theory, I think if we were to mirror these on a different on a different plane now, we would get the front ones, right? This plane. And if I get this right first shot, I'll be very impressed. That's some shape rotator, master shape rotator stuff. So that's, oh, now my brain is breaking. Okay, so that would be front, left hand side front. Left hand side front. That one made my brain hurt. And if we repeat the same thing, but for this one, around, I forget what plane. This plane? This plane? That's new. This should be We're looking for right hand side. No, that's not it. Wrong plane. So that's it. That's right hand side front. Right hand side front. Cool. So yeah, now they're all different, but now this should be cleaner. Like I said, should be. I'm not convinced it is. And it obviously requires a lot of support and stuff like that, you know, but that should be cleaner. And so now let's export those parts and slice them. And the new screws from Jeff Amazon are gonna get here on Sunday. So this is most likely going to you know, go past the weekend. This is gonna be a Monday, Tuesday thing, because Sunday I'm actually going to Sausalito for a boat show. Gonna shop some yachts, you know. All right, it's exporting. To be fair, I did try to make this a short video, and then, you know, I just kept messing it up. So maybe one day we'll have a short video. That day is not today. I don't think my export worked. Yeah, I don't think that worked at all. I'm gonna do one by one. The other thing is we should have added something that says, oh, this is right hand side, front, left, and so on the part itself, so we can see it outside of CAD. This is something that I always forget. I don't know if we want to reprint this part just to make the chamfer cleaner, because it is a little ugly right now. Let's see how much space the new parts take. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, it fits in one plate, so we might as well, right? To be fair, those are very, very close together. But I guess that's the bamboo precision. Let's slice it, see what happens. Serious conflict. Have we found layer 106? I don't know which one's that. You'd have to be more precise. Speak to me in human. 106. What happens here? So here, there's some conflict somewhere. I mean, I do agree these parts are super tight, but that's also the computer that chose to put them there. I would have done something like this. I don't know if this is optimal for the G code. Let's slice it. I mean, we have no error this time. That's nice. There's so much support. I think I'm fine with that. I mean, that's not gonna be fun to remove, but I think I'm fine with that. We're being super conservative with our support. Which I think it's okay. The alternative is ugly parts, and we can't have that. But removing all of his support is not fun either. I'm gonna print it as is, and we'll see how bad it is. Of course, I cannot start printing right now, so 45. We have snuck. What's snuck? Let's see what snuck is. I don't know which kind of support is the easiest to remove. Grid? That one looks like a lot of stuff. Default. Yeah, I'm just gonna go default. So I'll print these tomorrow. This is a 6-hour print. So the one that's printed right now will be done when I wake up, and then I'll do these tomorrow. Tomorrow there's a YC event, so I won't be able to work on these, but tomorrow night I'll see how the prints turn out, and we can keep going from there. Anyways, I'll keep you in the loop.
2,000 years later.
Welcome back to the kitchen. It is now Friday, so this is what happens, right? We start on the weekend. I think I can finish the entire thing in one day. One little thing goes wrong. In this case, it was the, you remember, we were having some interference issues. Like, actually, not here, I guess it was on the front, on that one. So I had to redesign the entire, redesign the entire torso, made it slimmer, and other things on the joint. So I had to reprint basically all these motor hub components. I had to reprint everything basically. So that took a while, and you know, by then it was a week, and it kind of like I ran out of time. But while all of that was happening, so a couple of good news. First of all, we now have a Sharpie, so we can annotate stuff. And the other thing is that screwdriver that broke. Let me see if I can find it. So we have this old screwdriver, electric screwdriver that broke. So like our assemblies were going very slow. So this guy I bought it on Amazon, doesn't charge. I don't know why. It's basically brand new. Anyways, I bought a new one. So this guy, super beefy, right? So this is like who tells you not to worry about, and well, actually, who she tells you not to worry about, and you. So yeah, super beefy. My friend has this. I used to build a bunch of furniture with these, so I know it's good. So maybe I'll put the link in the bio if it doesn't die here. I've had some bad luck with electric screwdrivers lately. It came in a nice box. It looks like a good product. They offer warranty and stuff like that. So the other one had no warranty. So I basically now have to throw that away. But yeah, anyways, so that's where we're at. So now we should be able to move much faster. And the other thing is we have everything here, plus also the new screws. I don't remember if I showed you guys. We now have screws. They came in, so we're good to go. We have no shortage of screws. We have our electrical screwdriver. We got everything really. So I'm gonna start moving the old parts out of the way. I don't know if I want to keep these as a parts cemetery. I'll start putting the old stuff in this box here. So the legs didn't change. So the legs are still the same one, but I was having this one thought. It was like, I wonder if we could print the entire leg as one part. So basically get rid of the screws, get rid of like, the feet attachment, everything one part. Because technically you can print a single part with gaps in between and have joints that way. So I was like, that's an idea that we can explore in the future. This is the new prints. We still need to remove some filament, some support. This is the old stuff we need to disassemble. So I'm gonna write Alt. Because everything's orange, it's kind of hard to tell them apart. This is also Alt. I can only tell because of the thickness of the walls, and also like we removed these, we made a slot here so the servos can slot out. So I need to disassemble that. Actually, I wrote Alt on this one, but it's not Alt. So this was Alt. Yeah, so I gotta disassemble that. And I guess this guy in here is Alt too, because one of the changes we made was incorporate the servo hub into this part, which we use like 4 fasteners. So there's a lot of stuff here we need to disassemble. So let's get started right away. Alright, so right off the bat we have an issue with the new electrical screwdriver. It looks good and everything, but all of the attachments it came with are actually too big for our little M3 screws. So I guess for the time being we're still stuck with doing things manual, and I might just have to, well actually let's take a look here, but I might just have to shop for some smaller attachment bits, which is fine. Alright, this one will do. You got lucky there. It will not do, we did not get lucky. Anyways, I'm gonna stop trying, I'm just gonna do it manually. Here we go. I could throw everything out here, it's just we wanna save the servo, so. I feel like I've reassembled and disassembled and reassembled these legs so many times, and like I keep thinking like, oh, this is probably terrible content to post on YouTube, and it's like, it's true, it's probably kind of boring. I'm probably gonna like just like time lapse through it, but like just know that if you think this is repetitive, it's like I am also thinking about it, and I'm like just trying to figure out, okay, what would have been some better choices. What would have been a better assembly process, and all of these things I think are potential design lessons and things that we can improve. There are definitely way too many fasteners here, and we're going to work on that. I think from now on, every time we add a fastener on CAD, we gotta spend at least 2 minutes per fastener trying to figure out how we could do this without a fastener. That's gonna be the new rule. A lot of this assembly process is actually trying to find the most ergonomic position to like take things apart. It's just so repetitive. One of the things that's coming up to my mind is like, I wonder if we can 3D print some pins, some like push pins that you just push into it to replace a lot of these screws, because it's not like, you know, we need a lot of clamping force, and you know, you can just push them in or pull them out, so it'll be like way faster. Kind of like how cars have them all over the place. Actually, bonus points if the pins are built into the part, so we're not adding more parts, you know. Like imagine if this wall had a few pins where you can just push in the servo and it locks into place. That would be cool. The amount of screws that we have here now, it's insane. Just the screws that have come up so far. And we have even more screws in the legs that we're not taking off, but so many screws, guys. Alright, so now we've disassembled all the old parts and I've throw them out here, just so you get a sense of basically iterated through all of these parts. That's you know, that's not a lot. I think we'll have way more by the time we're done with these. Alright, so next I'm just gonna look at the new parts and I'm gonna remove any filament that's any support material that's still there. As I remove support, it's the same thing, the same conversation going on in my head as with the screws. It's like, oh, why do we use so much support? Why do we have support here? It's a waste of plastic, a waste of time. We can definitely do better. There's a lot of room for improvement. I know we rush sometimes with some of the decisions, but once you know things are working out, we can do a second pass and really clean a lot of those things, a lot of those first pass mistakes, which you know we're bound to make just because we're moving fast. But all right, that's all the support filament out, and now we can go back to reassembling things. I'm gonna pull out the CAD just to make sure we're doing things properly. A lot of these parts, and I know I've also said these a million times, but a lot of these parts, it's very hard to tell which one's the left side, which one's the right side in real life, because we didn't do any markings. So we should have included some markings in the prints. But, I mean, now that we have a Sharpie, I'm gonna make do with that for now. By the way, Onshape, you know, I don't love Onshape, but Onshape with a trackpad, it's even worse. Like Onshape with a mouse, it's okay. Alright, so this is right rear, RR for that, right rear. Alright, okay, cool. This is right front, RF. Alright, now this would be, I think, because we didn't finish these on CAD actually, but I think this would be the left front. Which, you know what that means, guys, right? The remaining one could only be left rear, LR. Cool. Now with this new design, since we incorporated the servo hub into here, I'm trying to think how we should assemble these. Also, this new screw that we put in there, it's actually very hard to reach with our current tools. So another thing to fix. But anyways, yeah. So I guess so. Once you put the servo in there, well, first of all, it should be initialized to 90 degrees. Then you put it in there. You lock it. Yeah, because you can't lock it when these two servos are in. So okay, first let's set up all of these shoulder servos to 90 degrees. Using our Arduino. Now the MacBook Air only has ports on the left side, which is super inconvenient because we're working on the left side. But okay. Alright, so super simple setup here. Basically, you connect an Arduino and it sets it to 90 degrees. Super simple code. I'm not even going to include this code because honestly, this is very simple code. It's basically the servo example in the servo library. Alright, so that's 90 degrees. Now, something to keep in mind here is, you know, for example, this one says rear right. So rear right will look something like this, and it will go like here somewhere. And so the servo is gonna be like, it's gonna be here, I think. Servo face, no. Servo is gonna be here, like that. And so we gotta initialize it like that. First time doing this. Yeah, pretty good, looks good. And we put a screw in there. An M3, we just M3 everything. We tighten that. Super hard to reach. Who designed these? Come on. It was me. Maybe use a longer screw. And I'm not really measuring how long this screw is. Should definitely measure that, just so you have the bomb. Again, because eventually more people are going to want to know, right? So even though this is at an angle, it's not too bad. Could be worse. Alright, so that's the first one. And yeah, I do not regret this decision. Which is good. Alright, onwards. See, it says left rear. So left rear would be here. And so this Arduino will be like that. And so, well, first let's power it. Always power first. So it's in the correct position, in this case 90 degrees. Once we get to the legs, figure out the correct position, it's gonna be a little tricky. I foresee some mistakes there. Room for mistake, room for error. Alright, so we just press it here, like so. And again, if we're slightly wrong, slightly off, we can always trim it via software. But that looks pretty good to me. Alright, let's pick an M3 to put in here. This looks good. The other thing I gotta say is like all of this is probably would not be possible without the Bamboo printer. At least for me, like previously I had a CR10, an Ender CR10. I had like 3 of them, and there were so many nozzle issues. So on top of just debugging the design of the actual thing you're building and like having to assemble and all this pain we're going through right now, you also have to debug your 3D printer, which just it's so much more fun that way, right? Many more things to do. All right, so the rears are done, and now we move on to the left front. Left front is here, which means the servo goes like these here. guess that's actually kind of like trying to make it a deep thought, but it's like part of advancing technology is not just like designing better things, but also designing better processes. So we can spend more time on designing better things, allocating more resources that way allows us to, you know, kind of like be more ambitious with the things we do. Man, I really hate these Arduino. Like, why do they give you such a short cable? That's ridiculous. By the way, I was gonna leave these for the next video, but last night it was Tesla's We Robot event where they unveiled the robot taxi, the RoboCup, the Cybercup Cybercab, and the Cybervan, and they demo a bunch of humanoid stuff. Pretty cool event. You should go watch it if you didn't watch it. I feel like there's like mixed sentiment. A lot of my friends in tech were actually pretty excited about it. I personally think the Cybercab doesn't look good. And the stock is down a lot today. Seems like, you know, people were not super impressed. I guess the timelines weren't great. He's talking about like, you know, first Cybercab on a Model Y next year, and an actual Cybercab with the Cybercab hardware kind of like 2-3 years from now, and like probably under 30K, but like, you know, probably, and under 30K was the Model 3 promise. So I think, you know, if you had said like, oh, we'll make it for 20K, then that would be a little more exciting. Anyways, we're done now with these actuators here. So, so the next step is to, I guess, assemble the legs. So we're gonna assemble the legs now. I'm gonna pour another cup of coffee. I'll be back. I guess another thing that was surprising from the Tesla event, and I don't know if like the media is gonna like catch it as much, is that they're finally doing inductive charging on their cars, at least for the Cybercup, which is cool, right? So basically, inductive charging means that you know, you don't have to connect your car to the charger. It kind of just rolls into like somewhere on the floor, which has a charger, charges. Now, I don't know why we didn't assemble the servo horns on these things yet. I guess because we ran out of fasteners, maybe. So I'm gonna quickly start there, since that's like the same process for all of them. By the way, the alternative to induction charging would actually be, well, okay, first of all, inductive charging is good because, you know, no one needs to plug in the vehicle through the wall, the power outlet. And I think, you know, companies like Waymo are actually they probably have big operations teams that's kind of like a big part of what they do, is just keep the fleet charged, which sounds simple, but it definitely adds up, especially if you have ambitions to expand all over the world. So now if you have induction charging, you don't need that. The car can just park. You still probably need someone to, like, you know, keep the fleet, but what Elon was saying was that, you know, basically they were gonna like outsource these to a third party. So they will have these like fleet shepherds, and this would be allegedly like a side hustle of the future, where you just have your fleet of vehicles that you like keep up, administer, and that's kind of like how you make a living, which I could definitely see it. The other thing I was gonna say was, like, here in San Francisco, with Waymo, it's pretty cool, but you can start to see how they have some operation issues. The cars, you know, are constantly dirty now that it's open to the public. Before, when it was kind of like waitlisted, it was a little better. Now cars are not always clean, and that's another thing that Tesla showed last night. It was like they had a robot to clean their cars, which again, pretty cool. Or like, it's one of those things that it seems so minor, and like, you know, most people probably didn't catch it the moment they showed that on camera, but those things are gonna be huge, and they compound as you start to scale, you know, across the world. You don't want to have someone to have to plug in your cars or clean them every single time. Or ideally you still have someone, but it's like one person instead of a bunch of people. Okay. Rear front. Rear front. Rear front. I guess we should be putting the servos in first. Alright, we're gonna put servos in first for all of them. Because again, I prefer to stack repetitive processes together just so I don't have to like think really hard of like, oh, am I messing this up somehow? And it's just like, very mechanical. Just sit down there and just do it. The other thing I want to see is like, how can we play music on these videos? Because, man, some of these assembly steps, it's really rough with no music. But I don't want to get copyrighted. We can't afford that. Alright, so now we have all of the shoulders basically assembled. So now it's time to put the legs in, and then we can put everything together on the torso. The only hesitation I have with the legs is it's like centering them correctly. We don't have a good process for these, right? Like there's no good surface that we can line up with, the servo box or anything like that. It's kind of like eyeing it out, which is never, an ideal position to be in. So for now, we're gonna try to do the best out of it, but eventually we do have to come up with something better. It's not hard, it's not hard to think of something better. We just gotta actually do it. Yeah. Now I'm gonna write here which one's the hip, because this one's the hip and this one's the knee. I think for both sides, the hip is always on top. That makes sense. Hip on top. And so we're gonna put the hip servo horns. Oh, actually, before we put this, okay, so this is where we have to start to think. So for the rear right, last time we initialized the hip to 0, and that worked great. But for example, if this is the rear right, this is the left right, the servos on the hip are actually flipped. So the 0 turns into a 180, I think. That's what I'm not exactly sure, so we're gonna try. But we're gonna start with the rear right, which is, it's familiar, we know how it works. The rear right is the green leg. That was the first leg we ever built, so. Yeah. Oh, I guess I didn't fully disassemble this leg, so should we just go for it? So the way I'm lining this up is, this is a 4-screw pattern. So I'm trying to make this horizontal to this surface here. But again, just iron it out, which is, iron it out is probably plus minus like 5 degrees. Even with my trained eyes, maybe plus minus 3 degrees. Obviously joking here. Okay, That's on tight. And then the next thing we said, well, it's the knee, and the knee. Actually, hold on. I just realized I never pushed the code to actually move it to 0. That was my bad. Yeah. See, it's a good thing we caught that. Good eye. Alright, set it to 0. The other thing is we should be writing all these things down somewhere. Alright, that's 0 now. Put it 0. Line it up. Yeah, I should be writing these down because I think, every time we do things slightly different, and it should be standardized, just one single way of doing things. The other thing is, no chance we actually need 4 screws here, so we can do with 3, maybe 2. Anyways, that's done. What I was gonna say for the knee, it's actually different because the knee, I think we're gonna do 180. So if this is 0, it's 180, and it kind of like just goes there, as high as you can put it. So that's gonna be the strategy for here. Let's see how it goes. And before we do other legs, we can test this out. I think I still have the old code we used to run these before, which kind of like tries the entire envelope. That envelope we built by cycling the leg manually one by one. And if not, we can always build another envelope. But let's hope that this works. So. Alright, so I'm gonna wire these for 3 servos. Guys, the other thing is I absolutely hate clutter. There's so much clutter here. Everything, so many little parts. If I had an assembly line, it would have to be pristine. Clutter leads to parts going missing, errors. Can't have that. Alright, so this old code, the hip was on pin 10. Hip is already on pin 10. That's great. Let me power these things. The knee was on pin 9. Nothing should happen now, but okay. So if we upload this, in theory, this should cycle. Getting an error status 1, I don't know what it means. I think it's the 0 port cycle. Okay. Okay, so these guys just try to go all the way through. Which I don't understand. Okay, so actually, okay, so I'm gonna do these. So the knee it's obviously wrong, so let's undo it. So that's where we put it. It's not 180. I was also thinking of getting another camera so you guys can look closely. It would be cool if there was a camera right here so you guys could see it, right? I'm holding off on investments. I want to see if we can get to 180 to 500 subs. I think if we see 500 subs, then I'll be convinced that we're doing something that people actually care about. Alright, so looks like our Arduino flipped with my overcurrent. Makes sense because it was trying to push against it. My computer is not picking it up. When that happens, just remove the power to everything and try again. Because remember, the old code is still in there, so it's still trying to cycle it. I don't know why it's doing that. 9. Okay, wait. I'm gonna set this to 0, so it goes this way. I don't think it did it. Check connections. There's no way that's 0, right? There is no way that's 0. Oh, looks like something might be broken. I just heard the servo move and the leg didn't move. Yeah, something's broken. It's possible that we have grinded off the teeth from our servo here. That'll be a shame. Teeth looks good to me. Oh. It's worse than I thought. I don't see the servo moving. It's the pinion. I hear it moving, but it doesn't actually move. So the servo itself, we might have broken a servo, which is crazy. Oh no, okay. I guess I have my servos flipped. What I thought was 9 is actually 10. Okay, makes sense. So the hip is 9. Okay, so that's my bad. That was my fault. Okay, so set it back to 0. For the 3rd time today, we're putting back on the leg here at 0. Once again, iron it out. And this is why it's good to have a procedure for assembling things, right? Because that was totally my fault. I totally missed the fact that because we have 2 different different Arduino software files open right now, so both of them call the hip servo different things. One of them is 9, the other one is 10, and so jumping in between them is a terrible idea. That's how you lead to something bad happening. Let me cycle the hip just to make sure everything's good here. So you don't see it moving right now. What's moving is the knee. So this code is not great for that, but okay. All right, so we're going back to there. Okay, and now we're going back to the knee. Now we can pay attention to the knee. And so we said that the knee was going to start at 180. Okay, so 180 just moved here. Let me put this little horn here so we can see where it starts. So 180, right? 180 is the max. Can't go any way more there. Could only move this way, theoretically, if we're doing things right. So let's try. It should move this way. And it did. So, I mean, I think that makes sense to me. All right, so I still think starting at 180 is a good idea. I want to try it again, see why it didn't work last time. Because like this should have worked. In my mind, this should work. So basically, this at 0 and this at here. I mean, will it ever want to go fast side. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if that's not really 180. I don't know where else would be a good way to initialize these. Up there, we could do it here. We could call these 90. You guys want to try that? Call that 90? Let's try it. And of course, this Arduino is detached right now, so can't do it. Alright, pro tip right now, get an Arduino with a long cable. Get a long cable for the Arduino, or get something with a wireless connection, even better. I do think they make them with wireless connections, by the way. And yeah, the more I look at this leg, the more I'm like, we could probably print this in one go, one piece. No fasteners. That'll be the dream. Alright, we're gonna cycle it. Alright, right off the bat, terrible idea. We're getting interference here. Our Arduino is not responding because it has stripped. So gotta reset the power connections. All right. So let's do. Okay. Okay, so that's 0 for the hip. It's good 0. The range of motion for the knee is really just about just about 90 degrees. So it starts here, goes there. That's 90 degrees in my mind. So I really think this should work. I don't understand why. It's like it's trying to go to, I guess, 85 here. 85 is the minimum it goes to. So let me try to set it at 85. I want to see what 85 looks like. And as always, these Arduino wires are a pain. But whose fault is that? That's my fault. Okay. I can't tell if it's happy or not. Oh, now I can tell it's not happy because the Arduino flipped. It's not responding. Okay, oh. 90 degrees is there. 85 is a clash. So our code that previously had mapped out 85 as safe, it's making it not safe. And so really the issue here is that our 180 is starting a little too low. Our 180 should go higher. Okay. Let me see what I can do about that. Just need to move the 180. Like we were on the right track. We had the right idea. Just like it's slightly off, and it's like And yes, I know I said we could trim it via software, but maybe I exaggerated how easy that would be. I mean, I would have to write code, and we don't write code in the kitchen in this house. It's one of the rules. Like maybe in your house you can write code in the kitchen, not in this house. Fuck, yes, 0. No. I'm gonna name that 180. The reason why I'm doing it is because that's where there's interference, like the hard stop, the unintentional hard stop on the linkage that we didn't design, but it just happens to be there. And let's try that. I mean, in theory, I think that's gonna be safe. If that's 180, let's see 100. Somewhere here. Yeah. All right. Let's see 90. Well, let's see. Actually, 85 should be like the lower bound of what's safe to go to. So that's safe. Let's go back to 180 just to triple check. Cool. All right. Next step. Cycle the leg. Nothing should blow up this time, please. No blowing up. So close, man. Yeah, I don't think it's happy here. On the most extreme. I can fix this. I can fix it via software, but that's kind of lame, I think. I don't know, what else could be going wrong? Basically, when the hip is like somewhere around here, this guy's trying to keep going. Okay. I honestly think it's good enough for now, and so we're just gonna keep going with the rest of the legs because it is good enough for now. We can just stream it a little bit, something later. Man, what is this supposed to be? 90 degrees or something? I wrote this code long time ago, so. I guess keep going. Yeah, see the knee operates in a very small position here. We have some interference there. Keeps digging into it. The other thing we could do is redo the exercise of trying to figure out what the safety envelope is. Since I really don't remember how we assemble the knee horn back then. these should cycle backwards eventually. But as long as all the knees are assembled the same way, then that should not be a problem. The knee's not moving because I took the power off, by the way. Alright. I'm gonna restart the servo. Sorry, restart your Arduino with clean code here. Alright. So in the interest of moving forward, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna assemble all of them the same way. Basically, the way we assemble is we eye these out at 180. Sorry, just gonna power this off. We eye these out at 180 like that. This is a little overshot already, I can tell. And then this guy we assemble by going, basically finding out where this interferes and calling that 180. I guess going to the maximum and calling that 180. Although, yeah, it's very clear. Calling that 180. Yeah, in my mind that works. All right, let's do that for all of them. All right, I'm gonna remove some wires here just to make things easier to follow along for me, so I'm not mixing cables and stuff. So remove that, and yeah, we'll have a lot of fun later figuring out how to cycle the legs again. You kind of forgot it. Now let's do the rear front. No, right front. Rear front or right front? Right rear. Yeah. Left. Yeah. Okay. So we say the hip is always up, right? So I'm just gonna. These are things that I would like to have them print from the printer already, like just hip and knee. Just because, like, yeah, it's always the same, but you still forget. And then we said we're gonna eye this out, just like that. Oh, wait, sorry. See, I don't know, I always forget. You gotta initialize the servo, man. You can't just go on like simple things. We really need a better process for initializing servos. Like, I hope someone is watching this video and just has like suggestions. Just put it in the comments. Just saves me a bunch of time. They're like, dude, this is how it's actually done in the industry. Just like slaps me. It's like, what are you doing? Also, you technically do not have to power the servos to align them, because you can figure out where you are, since you know the range of motion is 180 degrees, and you can kind of tell where the hard stops are as you manually cycle it. It is nice to have them power on, because then they will hold position, and as you're screwing them on, screwing the horns on, they're not gonna float. They're not gonna move. Sometimes it's hard to tell how much torque I should be putting. Like, is it 10 Newton meters? Is it 1? pick a right leg. They're not all the same, remember? Right legs are different. I think it's this one here. These holes are not super clean. Earlier, whoever said that they were cleaning them, they lied to you guys. You guys were lied to. Kind of disappointing that these holes are full of bad filament. It's not even support, it's just it was like, because they're overhanging, because they're counterbore holes, and you can see that the first layers of filament just didn't really stick to anything. They were just printed on error. So kind of disappointing there. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Things are too short. That's interesting. It's good. We finally get to use the longer screws. I'm also really upset that I didn't eliminate the retaining ring part. That's such a dumb part. That needs to not exist. That will not survive the next iteration. I promise you that. That's my first victim coming for you. I'm also getting hungry, so I'm gonna stop for a while after the full dog is assembled and before powering it. I'm gonna just grab lunch. I went too hard on the torque there. You can tell when you're torquing into plastic because it gets really hard, and then it just gets really soft. And at that point, you basically wreck the threads. All right, so that's 180. And now, sorry, that's 0. And now we're gonna do 180 for the knee. And so that way, even though it's not perfect right now, both our knees are the same. And so the way we figured this out, we said we would figure out where do these things start colliding, which is like somewhere here. And yeah, this doesn't give like super precision vibes. I am aware, very aware. Getting a lot of friction here going in, but it's going in. All right, so if that worked, let's do a little test here. Let's cycle it 60 degrees to this way. You know? Oh, sorry. Okay, let's cycle it back to 180. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Okay, now we have 2 legs assembled, 2 right legs assembled, we're gonna do the left side next. Left side. So we have left front. And of course, as always, the hip goes on the top. These holes are also dirty, which is like shocking. And yeah, I guess, well, first things first, we should initialize the servo hip whoa, okay, we said 180, right? Remember, it was like, because they're mirrored, this is the left side. So, okay, 180, that should be 180. And then we put this guy. There's so many different screws here, all of different sizes, so it's like not good. Okay, so 180 here. Line up the holes. try to line up the holes to the surface. I think going in at a super crazy angle. I think this fit is like a little tighter on the servo horns. We're going in at a crazy angle. Can't have that. Never force joints, you know? Take your time. Assemble things correctly. When things are not going in correctly, it's always a sign that something else is wrong, and you want to catch that. Yeah, you can probably force yourself through it because it's just plastic, but don't do that. If something feels off, if there's a little extra friction, take the time to investigate what's going on there. It's probably a reason, something you want to check out. Anyways, that looks good. I'm gonna just put away all these screws and we'll come back to them later, or I'll come back to them later tonight and clean it up, but for now let's just use the ones we actually know we need. I tried these, and it's funny because we just have barely enough to assemble the leg. And so left leg, this is the first time we assemble a left leg since starting this project. You know, it's going pretty, making it look easy, you know. Things are lining up. Screws are going in. Things are not breaking. Yeah, this is probably the smoothest the build has gone in a while. You know, just a thing with too many screws, but I'm telling you, we're gonna take care of that. If you subscribe and you follow along, you'll see how we take care of all these screws. We're gonna remove the screws. We're gonna make Elon proud. Why would Elon do? Just ask yourself that. Why would Elon do? He would probably remove the screws. If you like too many screws, man. Would he do any analysis to remove the screws? No, man. Just try with one less screw, see if it falls apart, man. Alright, that's it. And now, onto the knee. Now, actually, before we go to the knee, let's see if our theory of these being mirrored is correct. So, we're at 180. We're gonna go to 90 degrees. Which obviously should be somewhere like here. Perfect. Alright, cool. Okay, cool. Alright, gonna take off power here. And so for the horn, for the knee, you wanna find that. Oh. Man, this thing's making noises. I think some of the screws went too deep and it's like rubbing. Anyways, for the knee, we're gonna do the same thing as before. We're gonna find the point where it clashes and call it one. We're gonna call that, in this case, 0. Previously it was, previously you used to call it 180. We're gonna call it 0 this time. And so there's actually quite a bit of code we need to write to make the two legs move, because our code was written for the rear right. Now we have a left side. So you know what? I'll probably finish the video somewhere here after assembling the entire thing, of course. And then the next video is just going to be heavy on the code. And that's usually where I struggle the most anyways, so heavy on the code. I also already tried to have a second camera because I use an iPhone as a camera. I don't actually have a real camera, and turns out you can only connect one iPhone at a time to Mac. Of course, I could always do some editing magic and just crop it. That's an option. Like crop footage from 2 different iPhones. Or just get a camera. I just don't know what camera to get. I haven't made YouTube videos in so long. In high school, I used to create some videos. It is funny. I wish I stuck to it. It's like I was pretty early onto this YouTube thing. I think this was like before PewDiePie was a thing. And almost just took out my eye there, my own eye. All right, let's try it. Let's give it 60 degrees. Should be somewhere this way. Perfect. All right. Shape rotation in my mind is easy. All right, so we have 3 legs assembled. 1 more to go. Here we go, guys. This is progress. This is what progress looks like. Oh. All right, so again, this hip is 0 on the right side, but since we're on the left, it's 180. We're gonna put the horn first, horn scope first. We put this horn on, we eye it out, we try to line up the holes to the top surface of this servo box. We do our best. If we fail, we promise that we'll fix it on software. Unclear how yet. I cannot tell if I went too hard there. I definitely went too hard there. I went too hard because the screw went through the 3/4 part. We're just gonna roll with it. We're just gonna, oh man, we're just gonna roll with it. Roll with it. Yeah, I went too hard. These holes are dirty, classic. But yeah, so I basically screwed too hard into the servo. So the horn might be a little deeper than it needs to be. Will that cause issues? Oh, it'll be fun. It's gonna be fun to find out down the road. It might be causing the servo horn to sit too low, but from what I can tell, that's not the case. I'm not sure why that's not the case, because I would assume that's what happens, but man, these holes, they should be clean. Oh, alright. Lining things up perfectly. This always is very satisfying. It lines up so well. Yeah, perfect. I think that looks good. And next is the, okay, we can I guess we do some QA. We're gonna cycle these 90 degrees. Perfect. All right. Next is the knee. Left knees go to 0. Of course, the knee is here. And after these, we can actually assemble the full body, which of course involves more screws, 8 screws to be precise. Okay, don't be dramatic. The servo horn is going in at an angle. You can't have that. I always feel like I should just hammer this in. It's like, it'll be easier, faster. Man, it still wants to go at an angle. Like, why? That happens every time. I can't wait to have the electric screwdriver working. Right in time for everything being assembled. You know, perfect. All right, now we can cycle this a little bit just to make sure. We're gonna cycle 60 degrees. That looks fine to me. I don't know, yeah, okay. I don't know what I was expecting, but okay, cool. So now that this is all done, I think we can close this for now, and we can assemble the front. So this is left rear, and this is right rear. So we basically, all we have to do is bolt in this servo, like so. theory, that's it. It's simple as that. Now that requires 4 screws. Or at least there's 4 screw holes, but we're gonna do 2 each because but what we'll do. The orange and green stack is very Halloween. I didn't plan that, but we're like weeks away from Halloween. So it feels very appropriate. All right, one side in. I really wish that electric screwdriver was working. I want to triple check that none of the beads actually fit. Yeah, this is pretty awkward. But I'm not even mad because like at this point, like we already eliminated a bunch of steps on this one. It's weird because the legs are in the way and there's no like flat surface to like push against. The legs move and things are rounded. Alright, one more screw on this side. Okay, so that's how that looks. So this is the rear of the dog. Pretty cool. I'm gonna put it here. And now this is the front. And I think left front. I think we made a mistake. I made a mistake. Right front. So this is definitely the right front. It fits. But this isn't the left front. Right? It is the left front, it's just I assemble it upside down, so I gotta fix that. These kind of mistakes should not be possible. We need to put some pokey-yoki features or something that makes it obvious, that makes it impossible to assemble wrong. A good design would not be possible to assemble wrong. So again, it's like embarrassing. It's rookie mistake. But it's good because as we make more of these mistakes, we can go and fix all of them. So we're catching up mistakes. It's like the best manufacturing process in my mind wouldn't require really great instructions. It's simple and intuitive, and it literally cannot be assembled incorrectly because parts should not fit incorrectly. And so yeah, basically anyone can assemble it with no training. I think that would be the ideal, and that's where we need to get these two. There's also a world where I put this out as open source and no one cares and no one ever assembles anything. That could happen. That's fine. I wouldn't be mad. Alright, so we gotta flip this guy. So it is the left front, but the leg is like upside down. So I'm surprised actually that I only made this mistake once. I'm glad, but surprised. Pleasantly surprised. Alright, it won't take long to fix. Of course, we do need to bring back the Arduino and do all that stuff, but it won't take long. Alright, so keep in mind that this needs to go like that, and the heat always goes at the top. So first we need to, so this is the left side, so we need to set the hip to 180 degrees. Love doing that. Initializing circles is my favorite thing. I don't know, are there too many circles here? Is that a thing? Is that a problem? A problem we need to fix. It does take a long time to initialize all of them. Okay. Alright, and now the knee, told you guys it would be fast. The knee needs to go to, since this is a left side, the knee goes to 0. Of course, makes sense, intuitive. Zero, okay, and then we find where this thing clashes, the hard stop. Intuitive, okay. Perfecto, and then we tie this up. Alright, and now we move onwards onto here. And more screws, guys, more screws. If you thought we were done, no. We still have at least 10 more screws. Fun. Oh, did I break this up again? No. Somehow, the front side looks easier to assemble, but makes no sense to me. I don't know how many screws and stuff I've dropped throughout this video. It's insane. We should have a counter. We should also keep a coffee mug counter. How many coffees I've drunk. How many Coke Zeros I've drunk. So we're doing 7-Up Zero because we want to be healthy. They both have 0 calories, and they both have artificial sweeteners, but 7-Up Zero has no colors in it, which it's my understanding that colors are bad. Red 40 or whatever. I don't know. I went to see Brian Johnson, the Do Not Die guy, live, and actually a super funny guy, very charismatic. And well, I mean, his biggest thing was you should sleep. You should sleep. You should not cut on sleep. You should have consistent 8-hour sleep. Consistent, so every night, same time, build a routine. I already kind of do that already, so it's like, cool. I actually don't know what's the next thing I should do. I also eat pretty clean, other than like pops. 0 pop though. Okay. This is the front. So naturally, the legs should want to be able to do that, and naturally that should be doable. Now this is we've never been this far, so let's see if it fits. But so now we're gonna assemble the torso together. So it kind of goes like this. It's a snug fit, so it already kind of like fits. The legs move out of the way. These holes are very, very dirty. As in, like, nothing's in them, but they're not rounded. And I don't know about you guys. I like my holes rounded, right? Something to it. All right, we need 8 screws, M3s of course. I guess that's the one thing of this project. At least we have used M3s everywhere. So you can use the same Allen key for everything. You don't have to keep guessing, oh, which tool do I need? So that's one good thing. course, that was no coincidence. That was by design, but shout out to whomever decided that. Now we do have 2 screws here, or at least 2 screw holes, and this is one of those places where I think we could do with just one. We're probably going to delete one of them on the next iteration. Making a mental note for that. Okie dokie, other side. One more. And as of once this goes in, we only have 4 more screws left in this video. Can you believe it? I don't even know how many screws I've done today. Like, I feel like my wrist might hurt tomorrow. Nice. Have a dog here. Have a dogger. A pupper. A dogger. What's the technical term? Doggerino? And now here comes the back side. You know, random thought, another random thought, but it's like, I don't know if you guys have watched Westworld, the TV series, where there's basically this planet, no, not planet, it's like a place, it's like a theme park, where they have these humanoid robots, and you can go and, you know, kind of like shoot at them and be an outlaw in this world. I was thinking, like, if that existed, would people actually show up? Or would people prefer VR? Because, you know, you don't have to go anywhere, you just stay home. So my intuition is people will prefer VR, but I'm not sure. I would actually be interested to hear what you guys have to say. I was gonna post this on Reddit, but you know, Reddit loves to hate on my questions, so because like one of the things we could do is like, I don't know about Westworld with humanoids, but it's like, you know, the humanoids people are building look very expensive, so you don't want to be shooting those. But imagine a theme park full of robots like this guy, and you cannot interact with them. I mean, if you want, you can break it. It's a piece of plastic. I don't mind. You're paying for it though, like as in the entrance fee. And so we could have a world where, you know, Pikachu is real. It's a theme park where Pikachu is real. You have all kinds of creatures because they're all robots inside. And really, what's the difference? Like, the pieces of plastic inside are a different shape. The ML controller is different, but other than that, like, it's not a big lift. Of course, it would be a big operation. You need some engineers. I wouldn't want to get too many engineers. I think small teams are better. But it's like, you know, how much are people willing to pay for that? Because I mean, if it's mass consumer, you know, if you need like 100,000 people showing up every year to your park, man, that's a lot of people. And it has complexity and stuff like that. But if it was like something more exclusive, but also higher ticket items, so every guest is paying like 10K, you know, to stay a week in your Pokemon Land hotel and interact with these creatures, then maybe I could see it. That would be cool, I think. Of course, the creatures would have to be cooler then. But I think so. I think we can make it happen. That would be cool, right? I think that would be cool. Alright, full dog, finally assembled. Hopefully it looks exactly like the thing you saw on Cat. Look at this spaghetti here. We need to do some wire management. I do have some zip ties. Of course, we didn't plan for that at all. Let's see if it wants to stand on its own. Let's see. It doesn't want to stand on its own. We gotta power the servos. It can chill like that. It can chill like this. That's, you know, it's lazy. It doesn't like standing on its own. Okay, so for the next thing, some wire management is in order here for sure. let's see what we have here. So we also should label these so I know which one is which without having to take a look. So kind of like these are all the servos from here, and these are all the ones from here. And so really what we need to do is power and like maybe write some simple code to like maybe not have it move around, but I want to get it to stand in this video, all right? I want it to get it to stand. But first, I'm gonna go have lunch, so be right back.
6.5 hours later.
So now that we have this dock assembled, so first of all, one more thing that I've noticed is there's gonna be no room here for a head. So we probably want to change the front and just set these legs a little further apart so we can fit a head in between here somewhere, just to make it look like a real dog. And the other thing is, with the space that we have here, you can quickly see that if you add a battery, a microcontroller here, a buck converter, and a bus bar, you basically have no room left. So we'll probably have to add another level here somewhere or underneath, and make some routing holes and stuff like that. Same for the servos. We could probably put a lot of holes to route things better, and that's fine. That won't be a big deal. I think for the next part here, we're gonna figure out the electronics. So the main thing is connecting this back converter to the battery. So we're using this connector here. And I was looking around. It looks pretty simple. The back converter basically has an input, two input terminals, positive and negative, output positive and negative. And then the other thing you can change there's a CV and a CC dial. CC stands for constant current, CV for constant voltage. So in this case, we're going to specify a constant voltage, and the CC is going to limit the maximum current. I can measure what constant voltage we're setting it at. I cannot measure, I don't have any tools for this, to measure what constant current value we have. But if we see the Arduino stripping and things like that, we can adjust that accordingly. So the first thing is to connect our battery onto that buck converter using this drone spare connector I had around. The only thing is that I have like soldered the ends here, and these are dirty, so we can't use them. So I'm just gonna cut them off right now, and we'll strip the wires. And once the wires are stripped, they'll fit in the buck converter terminals. So just some super simple stuff here. So just like that, and now we can basically, you just look at what's positive, what's negative, and you put it in there. And obviously, the black one is negative, and the red one is positive. Oh yeah, and also during lunch, I ordered new bits for this guy, so we're gonna have M3s on the next video. This is just a flathead, which the back converter happens to use Philip and flatheads, so that's good. All right. Of course, make sure you tighten those. This screwdriver might be too powerful. You want to make sure your power cables are not going off. If you get a short on the battery end, that's as catastrophic as it can get. At that point, you're just hoping your wires are going to melt. Because else your battery is not gonna, the battery can put infinite amounts of current. So I'm gonna check here the resistance between my two terminals. it should be infinite. When your two probes touch, the resistance should be very low, and when in between the terminals should be infinite. It's not infinite, but it's very high, so there's no short. It's not infinite because they eventually do touch somewhere in the system here. All right, so next I'm gonna connect the voltage monitor on our battery charging cables. It's gonna be loud. Told you it would be loud. We're at 24.6 volts, around 4.1 volts per cell. And so now we connect this here. This is where it could get a little toasty. First time trying this. We see a red light has come on here. And we don't know what the value of the CV is, the constant voltage. But we can measure it with our voltmeter here. So previously we were measuring resistance, now we can measure voltage, constant voltage. And so voltage across the terminal here is at 16.3. We said we would run our system at 5, so this should be as simple as going on the CV and going counterclockwise, I think. So if we were just at 15, I just turned it a bunch of times. Let's see what we are at now. Now we're at 12.7, so it looks like we're going to be turning it a lot. Gave it a bunch of turns. 3.79, went too far. We're going clockwise now. Let's see now. 5.75, little too much. Correcting. Give it one full turn. 4.8, little correction clockwise. 5.26, oh guys. Alright, that's gonna be it. So we're basically at 5 flat. Alright, so 5 volts there, so that's set. Of course, we haven't drained any power yet, so the battery should be done. Should not have changed. And the next step is to run our bus bar. And once the electrical is done, well, we can connect everything. We don't have any meaningful code on the Arduino Flash right now, but let's connect everything because you can see already that the wiring is a mess. So let's do that, and after that we'll run some really simple code to get things running. Now the other thing I wish we had here was actually a power on and off switch. These XT60 connectors are not always super clean. You can see the light is still red even though we just disconnected the battery. That's because the capacitors here are still holding charge. But just give it a few seconds and we'll be done. Now this is our bus bar. It doesn't say positive or negative anywhere. It just says A and B. So we're gonna set what A and B mean. It's up to us basically. So we're gonna be doing the same thing here, opening the terminals. This guy is powerful. Oh my god. This time around on the output side, and everything's very clearly labeled. It says out. Okay, and then I'm going to use these jumper wires to power things. This might be a terrible idea, it might not be. The reason why it might be a terrible idea is because you usually size your wires according to how much current is going to flow through them, because force resistance is a function of the cross section. Well, of your okay, basically the more current you put through the wire, the hotter it gets, and the thinner it is, the less current it can get, the less heat it can hold before it melts. That's the short story. So when you do something like this and you use very thin wires to power to power basically, what is that? 1, 2, 4, 4, 8, 12 servos. Your thin wire might melt. Now we're not doing anything crazy today, just gonna let it, kind of stand. So I think it'll be fine, but it's definitely not a good practice, and we definitely want to move to a different wire. I don't have a different wire right now, but if I had one, I would use it. Alright, so we're going with B is ground and A is power. And we're back to screwing things together. These screws are way simpler, not as annoying, but we've probably screwed so many things today. Alright. Now, this bus bar is, if it works as I think it does, if we were to connect this here, then the voltage across any of these rails, any point on these rails should be 5 volts, and it is 5 volts. So that's good. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 terminals, which means we can connect one of them to every single servo here. And here at the end we have another AV terminal, which we can use to power our Arduino, maybe. I've never actually powered Arduinos like this before, but in theory, there's a V in, a voltage in pin, which you can just connect to here and it will power. Yeah. And similarly, there's one for ground, so you want to maintain a common ground, of course. You don't want your current to drift. And well, the tricky thing when you have these many servos is that you're not going to be able to do black and red for all of them, for negative and positive across, because first of all, I don't have that many black and red wires, but also it's going to get confusing. How do you know which one goes where? So I'm tightening the jumper cables that are going to power the Arduino. And for the Arduino wires to be so thin, that's completely fine, because of course it's not that much current going through these. It's more of sort of like current is basically all the current that's anything connected to this bus bar is going to use. It's going to flow through jumper cables from the servos to the bus bar, which is fine. And the additive of all that current then is going to flow through these two jumpers, which is not okay. And then also going to flow through these are more beefy. This is more like what we should be using here. Anyways, so now if I connect these together, the Arduino should power. We should see lights on the Arduino. And indeed, we see lights in the Arduino, so that's nice. Perhaps before we proceed, I'm going to flash some very simple firmware here. Instead of whatever is right now on it. It's probably some, we probably have some leftover code from when we were initializing servos on your Arduino. So I'm gonna replace it with some, the most basic Arduino code you can use. It's called Blink. It's like in the Arduino, when you open the Arduino IDE, there's like, there's like examples, and there's a basics folder, and there's one called Blink. And so if you just upload that to kind of like clean it, it'll be fine. Else, when we're connecting servos, things might start moving based on what the code we're using before to initialize. So that's Blink, and you can tell Blink is running because this light is blinking. That's Blink. All right, so that's done. Okay. All right, Alright, so next, literally just running across wires for every single thing on the table here. I think I have enough wires. I hope I have enough wires. Yeah, it should be enough. And we can try to come up with some sort of like some sort of color coding here. So we need 12 grounds. So I'm doing anything that's black, gray, or white is ground. Let's see if we have enough. We have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and then 8 and 9. So we're missing 3. And so now I'm gonna also say that anything brown is also ground. So now we're only missing 1. We're missing 0. We're good. Okay. So all of these are grounds, which are, like I said, either white, gray, black, or brown, and all of them are going to be connected to the B terminal. So let's do that right now, and this is obviously going to take a while just because there's so many of them. You know, eventually in a future iteration, the power stuff can be much cleaner. We can probably have a single PCB for power. We also can use connectors, so we don't have to like run wires and screw them on. We can just like snap on connectors. And there's a lot of things that we could do to make this cleaner. Of course, that will be a custom PCB, which has like maybe a lead time of like a week. So this was the easiest thing. I just, these are Amazon bus bars. Alright, so this is the negative sides, a lot of wires. Now we repeat the same thing for positive. Now on the positive side, we're going to do anything that's red, orange, yellow. It's going to be power. Let's see if we have enough. Red, orange. We have 5 here. We should have enough. So we have 1, 4. We have 6. Okay, that's 10. We need 2 more for the positive. So we're gonna have to extend our color selection here. We're running low on the jumpers, and actually we still need jumpers. We still need more jumpers to do the PWM stuff. So let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, so this will be the PWM. These are power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Looks like we're missing only 2 wires, which is unfortunate. We're 2 wires short, which doesn't even make sense because okay, wait. Okay, there's 1 extra. Okay, so there's 2 brown wires that we use for power, which is very confusing because we also use brown on ground. But we don't have a choice here. We're out of wires. So, something just beeped. I have no clue what just beeped. It's not the battery. Everything else I'm fine with beeping. Battery is the only scary thing. The only thing that's gonna blow up. Of course, if it's not obvious why it's a bad idea to have same color wires for positive and negative, is because if you were to flip those two, there's a lot of components that you could fry, especially if there's no diode anywhere. So always a good idea to not flip your positive and negative. But I mean, I've seen some people just run the same wires everywhere, same color wires. So you don't have to color code everything. All right. It's a voltmeter beeping. It's up now. All right, so that's what the wires look like to power everything. So next we actually have to just simply connect it to the. Actually, these are not all the wires. We also need to put the PWM wires. Yeah. Let me do that too. Now, when you connect the PWM wires to the Arduino, it's kind of like a very loose fit. And if you're gonna stick to that, I normally like to hot glue them. The other thing you can do is you can just pull out these like connector thing, kind of like the black rail, and then you can just solder straight onto the Arduino board. You know, if you're feeling confident that things are not going to change. I'm not feeling confident that things are not going to change. So, in fact, quite the opposite. I'm pretty sure things will change. Change is the only constant. I've never maxed out an Arduino like this, so that'll be fun. But there's no reason why this shouldn't work. The other thing, I mean, I probably need to order more jumper cables, but the other thing you can do is order wire, just plain wire, and buy the connectors separately. And that's cool because you can basically make your own wires, own jumpers, which, you know, if you're making a million like we are right now, it could be painful. But you can also make them any custom length. So if you need a really long one, like we might, you know, you can do that. All right, now we have all of this stuff here. Like it's a question of, should we really put these on the dock right now? Should we not? Okay, so the way, so I don't have this plan out, but let me write this down. So basically, I need to write which servo is connected to which pin in the Arduino. So later on, when we're writing the code, we can reference movements. But like I said, we're not going to do anything crazy today. We're just going to maybe like stand up. So we have pins 1 to 12. All right, so pin 1. So I'm going to do, so 1 is going to be the RR, the rear right shoulder. 2 is going to be rear right hip. 3 is going to be rear right knee. So let's do that right now. So this one, of course, the PWM, the control wire, the digital wire connects to the orange cable on the servos. So that's it. So number 2 is the we said hip. And then number 3 is the knee. And you can see how these could lead to a lot of errors, right? So it's like, you just gotta be careful. So yeah, just be careful. All right, so next we're gonna do the left rear. And same thing, first shoulder, then hip, and then the knee. So, okay, lots of cables here. Here, okay, and 4 would be show the hip. And then one more. Yeah, I could really do a way better job at wiring these cables. Okay, so just like that. Okay, and next we're gonna do the front right shoulder. So at 7, front right hip it's 8, front right knee is 9. So let's go here. And so hip is 7, shoulder is 7. 7. The hip is 8. And the knee is 9. Alright, and then last but not least, front left hip, front left shoulder is 10, front left hip is 11, front left knee is 12. So like that. Okay, so that's everything, and now that we've done that, we also need to do power. Power, it doesn't matter as much what goes where, it's more a matter of keeping it tidy. Alright, so let's see it, let's do it. Yeah, so I don't know about keeping it tidy here, man. Nothing here looks tidy. I want to try to stick to the same path, so 1 and 1. I want to try to match the terminals, so if it's positive on the left, it's positive on the right of the bus bar. Okay, that's 1. Next one here. These wires are a big mess. We definitely need to spend some time doing wire management. I'm pretty sure at some point I'm just gonna rip all of these off and start fresh, but today really I just want to get it standing, so that's the key. Okay, let's keep moving. But yeah, right off the bat, I mean, today has been great. We learned so much. There's a lot of things we can improve, and I also know I need to go order more wires right after this is done. I think today maybe one of the most painful videos we've done, and also one of where I've learned the most. So, is that a coincidence? I think not. Oh man, look at all these wires. We're also working in such a tight space that I don't know how to do this better right now. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 left. Alright, that's it. That's all the connections that we needed to make. And of course this looks like an absolute mess, and it is a mess, and if we connect these right now, nothing should explode. Arduino is on, nothing exploded, great. But yeah, it's like the next step I guess would be to see if we can fit all of this in here. It looks so bad, guys, like it looks like a fire hazard, but I'm gonna go write some code. We're gonna go write some code, and we're gonna get it to stand, and that'll be it. First of all, this is the Blink code I was talking about earlier. You can find it literally on the examples folder. Doesn't matter. This is what matters. This is where the pins are on the Arduino. And so I'm gonna tell ChatGPT here. help me write some Arduino code. Please use canvas. I want to set the positions of the servos connected to my Arduino as follows. The numbers refer to the digital pins. Pin 1, then pin 2, pin 3, pin 4, pin 5, pin 6. I mean, you get the idea. I mean, you get the idea. I don't know if ChatGPT gets the idea, so I'm gonna keep writing them out. And basically what we're gonna do here is we're going to set specific angles. So we're gonna hard code a stance. And so for example, we know that the shoulders should be 90 degrees. So all shoulders should be 90 degrees. What else do we know? We know that that the hip is 0 degrees when it's like fully like that, and so 90 degrees is like that. So maybe like a 50 degrees for the on the right hips, 50 degrees, 60 degrees right hips. So that's 8. Now we gotta flip that 180. So if 0 is 180, what is 60 degrees? 120, right? I think so. Yeah, right. I mean, that's what my mind tells me, so I'm gonna go with that. If it's off, it's not a terrible deal. And then for the knees, that's actually the hardest one. I actually have no idea. For the knees, we can do like 120 degrees on the right ones, which comes to around, I think, well, literally just 160 degrees, 60 degrees on the left ones. And so let's try this. So I'm gonna ask it to write these. It didn't use a canvas, which sucks, but super straightforward code. This is exactly what I was expecting. So okay, that's it. Let's go try it. We moved them to the floor just because I mean, the table is kind of far up, and if something goes wrong, I don't want it to fall a long way down. So I didn't change anything. The wires are just as we said. Arduino is blinking. All I need to do now is to flash the firmware here. Do so carefully without disconnecting anything, because all these connectors are very flimsy. All right, so we're connected. So now once I flash these, it might be a little abrupt, but this thing should move up. Maybe I'll hold it. Yeah. And it's standing. You know, that wasn't hard at all, right? I'm just touching the flimsy wires. It's not hot. Now, yeah, I mean, it's working. This was the goal. And now I can disconnect the Arduino here. And since the firmware is flashed and the dog has power of its own, it will just keep doing its thing. So let's take a look. How does it look? I hear a lot of high frequency noises, and I'm not sure where those are coming from. The other thing is that, you know, we were eyeing out the servo positioning and the like how things were assembled, but it's not perfectly flat. You can tell that it's leaning one way, but it's actually really, really good, all things considered. I cannot tell. There's a very high pitched noise coming from the servos, I think. Alright, so that's pretty good. It can obviously hold its weight. I think if I was to stress test it, it can hold more than its weight, pushing pretty hard. and it can hold it, so that's good. I also think some legs might be bearing more load than others. This one here, back here, looks like it's not really doing much. Let's have some fun. So let's move some knees. Let's see if we can stand on 3 legs, for example. So let's move this leg here. Or actually, so you guys can see it. Let's move the left rear knee. So pin number 6. Number 6 is 60 right now. So let's move it to 10. And it should move it up. Let's see. Oh, that was odd. I don't know why this rear one moved. Okay, in 3 legs, it's not as stable. It actually wants to go down. It's kind of holding there. But it's also a matter of traction. This green leg is like really struggling to get traction. Okay. So that's interesting. I think on an even surface, we could probably hold these, but I'm gonna flash it back to standing. I don't know why this guy is drifting when we flash. No clue why that would be happening. Shouldn't be happening. Okay, what else can we do? We could have it lean forward by bending the rear knees a little bit more. So left right knee, left right knee is pin 6. We had it at 60. I'm gonna bring it to 50, and rear right knee is pin 3, which you have at 120. I'm gonna bring it to 130. I think that's the equivalent. Oh man. Okay, I don't think I saw a difference there. I'm gonna add 10 degrees, so 140 and 140. So you add to one, subtract to the other because it's mirrored. I don't know why it's doing that leg thing. Okay, so now we can see it's tilting forward, right? Like it's leaning on the back, and that's on purpose. But it's a bit shaky also. A bit shaky. I think this green leg needs to be brought to the latest iteration because these newer legs are much more robust. So it's actually suffering quite a bit. And also will look better just because of the colors and stuff, but okay. I'm gonna bring back everything to a normal standing position and I'll leave it there. And I'll wrap this video up because it's been very long and we just achieved what we said we would do. I forgot. Okay, I forgot this leg likes to sweep. Okay, first fall is in the book. Anyways, next time we will. It's either figure out how to get it to start walking forward. That's one thing, or the other thing is to. Actually, that's probably the next logical thing. So we'll do that on the next video. Subscribe to